Hey, hello everyone. Snacks! Thank you so much for the raid. One whole ass year since we hit affiliate. That's a lot of games that I've played in that time. Wild. Actually crazy. Man. Yeah! I know, happy coincidence, right? Okay, so we're going to be talking about literally every single game that I've played since I started streaming, which was in June of last year. And you've been here for more than half of it. Almost 8 months on the dot, actually, weirdly enough. Look at that. 8 months. I'm so sorry for your loss. Resounding Meg. Oh no, that's supposed to be a meh. There we go. Alright, let me... first of all, I got just like a relaxing video game soundtrack playlist just going in the background now. So if anyone has some suggestions for songs they would like to hear, that's cool. I'm totally down for anything. You get to see my true colors, it's true. Let's lay out a little groundwork on the tier lists. So, like, I don't really like doing S, A, B, or whatever, or, like, doing number scores, because, like, there are a lot of people who are like, oh, a 10 out of 10 game means that it has no flaws. But for me, like, a game can be a 10 out of 10 experience, but still, like, in spite of its flaws. So... instead, I'm going with, like, how I feel about the game, you know? So, all-timers are games that I think, like, if anyone were to ask me is this one of your favorite games of all time, these are some of the ones that I would list off. The colors are pizzaless. I feel like you're stretching there, Snacks. Just a smidge. Will play again means that, like, the game is... I enjoyed the game enough to want to go back and revisit it. Must-plays are games that I think are absolutely... people should play at least one time. Stretching delicious dough. Like pizza. Fun experiences are games that are not necessarily ones that I think that people have to play, but I had a good time with. Meh are the games that are just kind of like, whatever. Like... they weren't offensively bad, but they definitely, like, didn't leave much of a lasting impression on me. And then Dogwater are the games that I think were just, like, I actively disliked, or there were things about it that made me never want to, like, revisit it again. Of the games that I played in the last year, I don't know if any of them are actually going to end up in Dogwater, but it's there just in case. Alright, cool. They're laid out in alphabetical order, so we're just gonna... I say as Banjo-Kazooie's ahead of Antichamber. So we're just gonna start at the beginning and work our way through. Alright, so the first game that we're talking about today is A Hat in Time. This game I beat in only a couple of streams, but I really like platformers. That was like... I grew up on Nintendo games, so like... Mario was like my bread and butter, right? You're about to either agree or disagree with me immediately. Well, so like, everyone talked about... Hello, Poncho. The stupid hamburger song is still stuck in your head. Hell yeah. This is one that I had never gotten around to playing, despite it being like an indie darling. Everyone being like, oh man, if you like platformers, Hat in Time is like a good... recapture of like those N64 GameCube era type like collectathon platformers, and that people were absolutely correct about that. It is very reminiscent of like GameCube, PlayStation 2, like your Jak and Daxters and your Mario Sunshines. It has a lot of very similar movements to Mario Sunshine actually, and that's a good thing because I do like how this game controls a lot. The art style on it is very cute. And it has a lot of charm to it. And then, like, randomly, like, as the game goes on, it gets progressively, like, darker. Like, there's that one level that's basically just, like, you stealthing through, like, this horror game, which caught me completely off guard, but it was rad as hell. The boss fights in it were Somewhat, not super challenging, but like a good time. Did I play the DLC and the challenges? I don't believe I did. Definitely not the challenges. I'm not sure if the DLC is included in the Steam version of the game right from the get-go or not. They're good. I believe you. But either way, like, this game was very creative, a lot of fun, tight platforming, unique mechanics that, like, would change up depending on the worlds that you were in. All around, I do think that this is a game that is a must-play. I might play it again. The challenges are very hard. I do like platforming a lot, though. Yeah, I don't know if this is one that I'll go back to again, but I did think that it was, like, absolutely worth the play. Oh yeah, it also has, like, a workshop thing going on with it, too, right? That's super cool. Kind of like, God, Little Big Planet, right? I never really got that big into Little Big Planet, but I know that people, like, went absolutely ballistic when it came to the levels. Yeah, dog water tier. Yeah, I think that's, like, a place that I'm pretty comfortable with putting a hat in time. I think that if you enjoy platformers, this is absolutely a game worth checking out. And if you don't like platformers, well then, like, what can I say for you? Alright. Antichamber. So Antichamber is a puzzle game that utilizes color in a lot of its, like, levels. Little Big Planet's a gem? Yeah! I'm not disagreeing with that. I just never really got into it much. I played through Little Big Planet 1, but I never, like, felt the need to continue on with the games. They have multiplayer now, and you're tempted to lead your friend through the game because you feel like he wouldn't play it by himself, but he would if you hang with him. Okay, well that's not... Oh, like Hat in Time as co-op? That seems fair. Yeah, I mean, like, it does seem like it would be a fun game to do with co-op, honestly. So Antichamber is a puzzle game that requires you to use colors in interesting ways. Like, the world itself is, like, 3D first person is, like, how it controls, but it's all very, like, monochromatic. You apologize for the whore mouth comment. I mean, whatever. There's one thing that Brungo has brought up a couple times with this game, and I agree 100% with, is that it destroys your retinas. It is so bright. It is so bright. It, like, holy shit. Like, I beat it in one stream. It took, like, 6 hours to do, but we did it in a whole playthrough. And by the end of it, my eyes were just, like, on fire. The mechanics on it were interesting, but I had multiple times in my playthrough... Your eyes after playing Antichamber for 4 hours, right? I think it had some interesting mechanics inside of it, but I came across, like, more than one instance of just, like, the game not doing what they wanted me to do. Mostly, like, oh, you need to, like, make a path of these blocks from one area to another and then delete them so that they disappear at roughly the same time. It's just, like, it was never consistent. Like, despite from like the beginning right to the end, I could never like get it to work in a way that felt like I knew I was doing it right. And that's kind of a problem in a puzzle game. First they're sour, then they're sweet. Oh, Sour Patch Kids? Ah. Like, I think this game was fine. This is one that I think would fall into resounding meh for me. Like, I didn't hate the experience that I had with it, but, like, there are much better puzzle games out there than this one. Yeah, there's not much else I can really say about it. Like, it was trying to tell some kind of story, but I can't remember literally anything about the narrative of this game. It was all very, like, context clue-esque. It had, like, a really interesting idea of, like, you could go back to a beginning area and then, like, go to another area depending on, like, where you were in the map. And that was kind of interesting. I don't know. Again, meh, I think is, like, where this one ends up for me. Banjo-Kazooie. This was not my first time playing Banjo-Kazooie. this was one of those, I'm going to play this game because I need a palate cleanser, and I love Banjo-Kazooie. It's a will play again, like, for sure. I've played through this game so many times. I know it like the back of my hand. Like, I 100% it in, like, 6 hours. It's just one of the best platformer collectathons of all time. Very charming aesthetic, art style's fine. It's like got that N64 like scuff to it, which is its own awesomeness. You can put your pitchfork down. Banjo-Kazooie is really good. While talking about Banjo-Kazooie, I want to briefly bring up Banjo-Tooie, just because like I really don't have any urge to want to play Banjo-Tooie. Don't do it. Exactly. Because like I think Banjo-Tooie is fine, but it's like definitely not as good as your Banjo-Hooie. Yes. The sequel just like it bloats everything out of proportion and just kind of makes for a mess. It's a mess and you love it. It's just like it's got just simply way too much going on for me. Like, I've beaten Banjo-Kazooie so many times, and I've beat Banjo-Tooie exactly once. And it's just like, I've tried, like, starting it again multiple times, and I always get, like, maybe 2 or 3 worlds into the game, and I'm like, It just feels like a slog. The multiplayer's fine. Multiplayer's pretty fun. It's like, it's taking a lot of inspiration from GoldenEye, which makes sense, because it's made by Rare, right? So, like, why wouldn't they copy the thing that they did, that, like, everyone was super happy about when they played it, you know? Yeah, Banjo-Kazooie's fantastic. It's one of those games that I think anyone should play. It's definitely not an all-timer for me, because there are plenty of games that I think are better than Banjo-Kazooie, but it's definitely one that I have a lot of fond nostalgia for, and do have and will continue to come back to many times in the future. The only thing you like about Banjo-Tooie is that all the worlds are fairly well connected, but yeah, some of the areas maps are rough. Like Grunty Industry is one that's just like such a slog, and the backtracking is like fine, but there's so much of it. There's so much of it, and like that could be like I like Metroidvanias, and even I like this is like way too much backtracking, you know. So yeah, that's where I'm gonna stick Banjo-Kazooie. Game's great. Brungo should play it someday. Dino Land is amazing. Dino Land's also really rough. It's just too big, and like too many corridors on the sides of mountains that all lead to different areas, but they look identical from the outside. The only discernible like landmark in the Dino Land is just the giant dick. I mean, like, oh, I know where I am now. Yeah, Grunty Carnival Land is the best level though, but that's because it's like easily segmented and identifiable where you need to go on the map. That's like the biggest problem with Tooie, is that like it's very easy to get lost because it's got a much more muted color palette, and the layout of the levels are a lot more just like grand, which makes it easier to get lost, you know? But yeah. That's to say, I don't know if Banjo-Tooie's are gonna be one that I play on stream. Beacon Pines. This was one that Nick was really, really likes. It's a short visual novel type story. What if you shave up enough channel points? Well, I mean, like, if you throw it in the raffle, and then I spin it as the winner of the raffle, then yeah, I'll play it. That's how the rules of that work. So Beacon Pines is like this little short visual novel where you play as like a little deer boy, along with your friend a fox and like this cat girl. And it's just a bunch of like anthropomorphized animal characters, and you like go through the narrative, and as you go through the narrative, you take like words or like scenarios and add them to like your journal, and then when there are like branching paths in the game. When those appear, you can use the words that you've collected in order to change the decision that you make, and that can lead to like a different branch in the narrative that can lead to a different ending. There is like one correct ending, so you kind of have to like jump around from like timeline to timeline in order to. You'll return to the next game, yeah. Walking dog, yeah. I'm not going to say much about, like, the endings or anything. It's just that it has, like, an interesting mechanic. And it's, like, got a little bit of puzzle vibes to it, but it's not particularly difficult puzzles. It's more just, like, it's telling a narrative in a unique way that, like, you can experience at slightly different times, but they all ultimately lead to the same conclusion. And it was a good little narrative. It had, like, some dark twists to it, which was fun. Seeing how things change depending on your actions was pretty cool. But, and there was, like, a twist at the end that was also pretty neat. I had a good time with this game. I think it was a fun experience. I don't think it necessarily is a game that everyone should play, but I did have a very good time with it. And also, when I was still using Twitter, which I have stopped because I just don't particularly care to use Twitter anymore, I would like put out notifications whenever I went live. And when I said that I went live with Beacon Pines, the developers of the game were like they interacted with it, and I was like, oh, that was actually pretty cool of them. So yeah, there's that. That's all I really had to say about Beacon Pines. It didn't take particularly long to beat. I think it was like a 2-stream game as well. Birth. This game took like an hour to beat. It was a very, very simple puzzle game. Where you just like, you're playing as like this bird. You live in a world of like skeletonized bird people, and you're going around collecting like bones and body parts to build yourself like a partner. And you have to like do all these little like point and click adventure type puzzles, which are all like very simple, very straightforward. The main reason to play this game is because it's got like a macabre aesthetic to it. And that's like, if that's your vibe, then like that'll be up your alley. I don't hate that kind of thing, but like I'm not foaming at the mouth at it or anything like that, you know? Yeah. When I play a puzzle game, I like it to, you know, actually be a puzzle. And this one felt not like one. So this one is also gonna go into meh for me. You repeat, you also hate pizza? Oh my god. Poncho, have you been hijacked again? Is this identity theft? I do think I liked it better than Antichamber, though. So it goes above it. It has Blasphemous 2 before Blasphemous 1. We're going to talk about Blasphemous 1 first, obviously. So Blasphemous is the first of the many Metroidvania-type games that I have played on stream in the last year and a bit. This one's good. This game was very good. So, like, when people talk about Hollow Knight, because, like, hydrate, thank you. So, I remember when I first beat Hollow Knight, like, a long time ago. You liked the guy who gave birth out of his chest. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, the monk that had, like, the man crawling out of him. Oh, man. The pixel art in Blasphemous and Blasphemous 2, absolutely wild. Some of the best. It's incredible how good these games look. Yeah, when I first beat Hollow Knight, back in, like, 2018 or whenever it came out, I remember, like, having the itch. It's like, what other games are similar to Hollow Knight that I could potentially play? And I remember Ori and the Blind Forest was one that got brought up a lot, which I have played, and Blasphemous was one that got brought up a lot that I had never gotten around to playing. And when I finally did get around to it, I was like, I understand why people are comparing this to Hollow Knight quite a bit. Less to do with the movement specifically in this game. Because your character kind of controls more like a... Daddy Milkers? God, fuck. I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that, man. I will, but I don't want to. Your character controls more like a Simon Belmont in Blasphemous than he does like a Hollow Knight, you know? He's very clunky and awkward, and he feels very stilted to control, which is fine because the game is developed around that movement system. But I do think in the sequel, they were able to, like, improve upon a lot of that. Like, I think the controlling in this game feels better than controlling this game. But the atmosphere is thick. It's got, like, those strong, like, dark religious symbolisms. I definitely didn't do everything in this game. I'm pretty sure I did pretty much everything I could in Blasphemous 2. But Blasphemous 1, I'm like, I've left that game and I'm like, there's still plenty of stuff that I'm sure I missed. Like, gems to collect, or, like, relics to collect, or DLC stuff that I could have done, like the racing challenges. But I do think that one of the weaker points of Blasphemous were the boss fights. A lot of the bosses in Blasphemous 1 were, like, large screen taking up, like, monstrosities. And it kind of falls into the same problem that a lot of very big bosses in, like, the FromSoft series suffer from, is that the bigger they are, the easier they are to, like, read and predict. So a lot of the bosses were, like, one or two attempts to beat, except for, like, one of the DLC bosses, which was, like, very hard, and then the final boss, which took multiple attempts. And that's fine. So that is one area that I do think it was lacking, which, again, I do think they improved on quite a bit in the sequel. Blasphemous 1, I can see myself playing again. Just because, like, there is a bunch of stuff that I feel like I missed, and there are incentives built into the game for you to do, like, another playthrough of it, and I would be interested in doing that. The sequel, so it's a smaller game than Blasphemous 1, but I think that's because it's, like, a new game. Like, it only came out a few months ago, and so I'm expecting, like, we're gonna get DLC and, like, expanded world stuff for this game, similar to what they did with the first one, right? Yeah, it also just doesn't have DLC, right? That's the main reason why. Hello, Dimmy Doo. But, like I said, I do think that the bosses are better in this one, and I do think, and I enjoy the movement of this game better, and I enjoy the combat more in this one, mostly because of, like, the new weapon system that they got in place, as well as, like, the elemental stuff. And it felt, because it was smaller, it felt more manageable to find everything. The narrative was just as obtuse as the first one. The pixel art was still gorgeous. The soundtrack for both these games are fantastic. You hate how standard it is for games to be released half-complete. Well, the thing is, like, Blasphemous 2 doesn't feel half-complete, though. Like, it feels like a full package, but I'm sure they're gonna add more to it. Like, I wouldn't say that this game was lacking in any regards, Brungo. Bosses in 1 felt like a random hodgepodge, in 2 they felt thematic to their zone. The baby boss in the painting zone 1 made a little sense. Blasphemous 1 raised our standards for Blasphemous 2. Right. But, like, in 5 years, you're gonna have twice as much game for the same price on sale. So, I don't... Dimmy Doo, you'll have to let me know if this is true or not, but did the developers for Blasphemous 1, like, was the DLC free? Like, if you already owned the game, did you get the DLC when they released it? Or did you have to, like, pay for the DLC? It was free. Yeah. So, I mean, like, I feel like that's, like, less of an issue, Brungo. Like, sure, it's maybe, like, smaller and the price tag may be, like, similar, but, like, if they release, like, free DLC for it, doesn't that, like, kind of moot the point, right? Even more to your point, then. Oh, you mean, like, in 5 years' time, the game's gonna be... Like, you're gonna get the game for half the price because it's on sale. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's a new game. I don't know, man. I was not upset with having to pay $30 for this game. Like, that's still, like, a fraction of the cost of, like, a AAA game. And it's, like, as good of quality, if not better, than a lot of shit that's released at the $80 price point. So, like, I'm okay with it. And I mean, like, Blasphemous 1 was, like, not that much cheaper. In your opinion, if your model is free DLCs, that just means I'm not going to play your game for 5 years until it's actually done. Yeah, but I mean, like, if it's already a fun game, then, like, is that, like, just, it's more of a good thing, right? I don't know. Depriving yourself of a fun experience just because you're like, well, there might be more later, just means that, like, it gives you an excuse to play the game again. I don't know, if you buy Warcraft 3 and then you buy Warcraft 3 The Frozen Throne a few years later, and then like 4 years after that there's a bundle for both on sale for a bit less than even just the base game, that's just like how the money value of time works. Yeah. I think Brungo's less worried about the price and more like is saying that if the game is incomplete, he's not going to buy it until it is complete, right? You're very much just a me thing because you don't replay games, which most people do. Fair. So, to bring it all back, I think I enjoyed Blasphemous 2 more than Blasphemous 1. Even though Blasphemous 1 is a bigger game, I think that the mechanics that they introduced in Blasphemous 2 made it better than Blasphemous 1. I had more fun controlling the character in Blasphemous 2. I do think I like Banjo-Kazooie more than both, though. Used to be a one character, one playthrough kind of gamer, no replays. Then you discovered randomizers. We'll get to a randomizer that I did play on stream because I've only done it once. What a blasphemous opinion! But I'm excited to talk about my experience with randomizers. Bloodborne. This is the first of many FromSoft games that I have played in the last year and a bit. You tend to care more about stories and discovering games than you can't rando stories. Yeah, that's actually a totally reasonable point. Prior to me streaming this year, like my streaming experience, I had never played any of the FromSoft games. And I started at Dark Souls and worked my way through them. So Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, then Bloodborne, then Sekiro, and then Elden Ring. Because Elden Ring had come out like only a few months prior to me starting to stream, and everyone and their mother was like, this game fucking rules. And I'm like, fine, I'll start playing these games. But my thought process was, wouldn't it be hard to start at like the most recent of these games and then go back to the earlier ones? Because from my understanding, they added a whole lot of like quality of life stuff and just like things that made the game more fun to play. As I have now completed all of them save for Demon's Souls, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that you could very easily go back to play Bloodborne or like Dark Souls 1 even after playing Elden Ring, because the mechanics are different enough in the games. Like, they have the same like skeleton, but the musculature of them is different. Like, they all have different paces for their combat. Your abilities are slightly different. The way your stats work are slightly different. And that, like, makes for unique, different experiences from game to game. So, like, there's merit in all of them. I think. Like, spoiler, I don't think any of the FromSoft games are gonna end up below Will Play Again. Like, I have every intention of revisiting pretty much all of them. Like, maybe in a year's time, I'm gonna start through them again. Because I had such a good time with all of them. Now, there are some that I like more than others. Because, like, obviously. Bloodborne, I think, is, of the traditional, like, Soulsborne games, is probably... No. I was gonna say is the best one, but I think Elden Ring's better than it. Bloodborne, I think, has the best combat of any of their traditional Soulsborne games. It's fast-paced. The revenge mechanic is awesome. The bosses in this game are some of the best in the entire series. Like, Orphan of Kos, woo! Or Ludwig, oh my god! So good. And the thing is, like, I didn't even know, like, the lore implications of some of these guys until after the fact, like, looking up. But even then, like, the scene with, like, Ludwig and the big-ass, like, moon-like greatsword, fucking iconic. That shit's fantastic. I think that Bloodborne is infinitely replayable. I think all of the Soulsborne games are replayable. There's just, like, enough unique ways to take your character and, like, enough things to do in the game. Plus, just, the bosses are fun, and I would like to refight some of them. Because, like, I haven't done that with any of the FromSoft games except for Sekiro. That's the only one I've played more than once. I think Bloodborne's an all-timer. I think this game is damn near perfect in what it was setting out to do. The, like, gothic atmosphere, the eldritch stuff, the turn at the halfway point. Just chef's kiss everything about this game. I understand why everyone has been like, where's the PC port? Where's our Bloodborne 2? Because, like, it's so different to the Dark Souls experience, but, like, still evokes the same kind of feelings out of you. It's great. This game's so good. Yeah. I didn't know what to expect going into these games, but I can say it has made me a gamer. Oh, man. So yeah, Bloodborne. First of the all-timers. Cat Quest. So this was another game of suggested by Nick. And I played half of it during the 24-hour 100 followers stream. And when I started playing it, it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. And I was just not here. Like, I was so tired. And unfortunately, I didn't even, like, make it the full 24 hours of that stream. I clocked out at, like, 22 or something. And, yeah. Cat Quest was a very simple little game where you're playing as a cat that can, like, dress up as a knight or various other class of fighter with, like, basic statistics. It's like a very simple RPG with, like, a open map with, like, real-time combat, and then there's, like, caves to explore, and you level up by, like, doing side quests at various hubs or fighting enemies. And basically, once you've done the first thing, like, once you've completed your first side quest in the game, you've basically experienced almost everything that the game has to offer. Like, it's a fairly bare-bones game. It's like you want to raise one point about Bloodborne. Once you asked a British fan if Bloodborne looked like London, he said, you fucking what, mate? Just like a Bloodborne NPC, then backstab me. Very lore accurate. You're off to eat dinner, check back later. All good. Ideally, I'll be here for a bit. Yeah, he, like, threw a Molotov cocktail at you. So the Cat Quest has a few things that you can unlock as you go. There's, like, magic spells and different, like, sets of armor. But, like, the combat is very much, like, swing your sword or cast a spell by pressing a button. And there's like a dodge roll, and basically all the enemies have very heavily telegraphed attacks. So, like, once you know their attack patterns, they're also, like, easy enough to dodge that you can even go into them underleveled and it'll just be, like, a grind to beat them rather than, like, difficult. Yeah. Like, this game had a lot of cat puns in it, which is a plus, but gameplay-wise, it definitely didn't do much to keep my attention. There's a sequel to it that I do own, and I believe Nick has said that the sequel is better than the original, but so I have hopes that they like build upon a lot of the stuff that was like laid out in this first one. It's like a small indie game, so like I get it. Sometimes you just get like some simple stuff, but it was okay. Like, it definitely wasn't bad, but I played it for like 2 streams total. And by the end of the second one, I was like, yeah, I'm pretty done with this game. Like, I beat the main story, and it's like, you can continue on and do more side quests and level up more. I'm like, nah, I don't really have the urge to do that. Celeste. Ooh, boy. I know Brungo hates this fucking game. I love Celeste. Like I said, I love platformers, and this one is like one of the best. It is hard, it is tough as nails. It is so tough. Especially when you get to like Chapter 9, the DLC stuff, and it's like this 4-hour gauntlet of just like super tight precision platforming, and they introduce like wave dashing, which was a mechanic that speedrunners used in the base game, and the developers were like, you know what? You can do that with our game? Rather than patch that shit, we're just gonna build a whole DLC around the speedrunner mechanic. So regular players have to learn how to fucking wave dash. And I did! And I got good! I'm still upset at myself for, like, I got to the very last screen of the game, and it was like 5 hours into a 6-hour-long stream, and I spent, like, I must have died, like 200 times in that hour, and, like, on just attempting to figure out what they wanted me to do. And, like, the last screen of the DLC is, like, 2 minutes of no fuck-up, super precision, tight platforming with, like, no room for error. And, like, a lot of the hardest mechanics in the game. And also stuff that you probably wouldn't know to do until you have died on it already. And I remember, like, after an hour of attempts on it, I was like, I don't know if I have it in me to come back for a whole nother stream of this. So I just ended up, like, going on YouTube and looking up, like, a professional, a pro, play through the last screen of the game. And it turns out that I had maybe made it, like, a third of the way through this last screen, and I was just fucking floored that there was still so much more to go. Celeste sucks. You suck. This game rules. Celeste embodies the master and perfect mindset. It must feel so nice if you oh yeah. Like, once you get it, oh, does it feel good. It feels good to, like, overcome that one screen of the game that you'd been stuck on for, like, half an hour, and you finally figured the trick out, and you nail it, and then, like, you continue playing through the game, and then you come back to one of those tricks that you had been struggling with for so long, but now it's just, like, been so ingrained into your muscle memory that you can execute it perfectly. I love this game. I absolutely love this game. I've played it multiple times. I think it's an all-timer. I really fucking like Celeste. The OST of this game is A+. Like, it has such a good soundtrack. I personally think the story is good. I like the tale that focuses on, like, this girl suffering from depression and, like, trying to escape it by doing this, like, crazy thing. I liked this game a lot. And that's all I'm going to say about it. Yeah, like, I've gone back and continued to play. I've played this game off stream even afterwards, and I've been doing, like, the seaside stuff and doing the make it through a whole level without dying challenges. Like, this game's great. Welcome back, Snacks. Let's see. Next, we're talking about Crosscode. Crosscode! This was one recommended to me by a lot of people over in the Brungo stream. Hi! Leah! I also loved this game. It's like a top-down semi-isometric platforming RPG real-time. It's got a lot of things going on for it. It's got puzzle elements. It's got like Zelda dungeon things going on. It's got like a like elemental shifting RPG mechanic-y thing. The story of this game was so good. It delves into like the idea of like AI and what it means to like, is your humanity tied to the fact that you're a human, or does your humanity come from you being like just being a person? The cowgirl was also hot, which was a plus. This game was fantastic. There's DLC for it that I am absolutely going to be playing on stream eventually. I have plans to play the DLC for this game, and I'm looking forward to it so much. Do I think it's an all-timer, though? Oh, God. There's one major problem with this game. For Your Money, Crosscode is the best puzzles in an all-puzzle game. I agree. I think this game has some fantastic puzzles. The problem being that there's a good amount of puzzles that are tied to you being able to find certain paths on the map, and just the perspective of this game is just off slightly, and it makes it so hard to sometimes find where you need to go for those extra puzzles, and that's such a bummer every time it comes up. Like, that's the only thing that's like that stood out to me as a problem with this game, because like the combat felt really good to do and it was unique and interesting. Some camera angles were also a woe. You remember something like that? Yeah, a bit. It was just like, it was all about like the way that they would like show your character on the map, and it's just like, is this a platform that I can jump on? It looks like it is. Oh, it's not? Okay. What about this one? Oh, that's one I can jump on, but it doesn't look like it could be. That's the only issue I had with this game. I think the story of it was fantastic. I think the characters were great. I think the art style of it was very charming, especially like a lot of the character portraits. The soundtrack in it was very good. The puzzles were excellent. It's... At the very least, I'm going to play it again. I'm going to put it there for now. It's just on the cusp. It's just on the cusp. Maybe the DLC will maybe bump it up if, like, there's an improvement on that part of the game. The puzzle stuff. Or, like, the perspective stuff. I'm not sure. But I truly did enjoy this game a lot. Can you read off the titles in Tier 2, the We'll Play a Game one? Crosscode, Banjo-Kazooie, Blasphemous 2, Blasphemous 1. Yeah. I do think this game is better than Banjo-Kazooie. Which is high praise. I think this is like a very good game. Alright, next, Cult of the Lamb. So, since I beat this game, the DLC came out, and I have not played the DLC. I do remember enjoying this game a decent amount. It's got, like, some roguelike elements, as well as, like, village managing elements. And those are both cool, fun things. You can make people eat shit. I didn't do that, but I've seen plenty of people do it. And that's funny. I like the cutesy art style juxtaposed with, like, all this demonic satanic stuff. Let us help you with Twitch integration. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I did do the Twitch integration thing, but when I did play this game, I didn't have as many people following me at the time, so I think I had, like, this young kid that was, like, in the chat, and he was, like, a lot, and then there was, like, this one other guy that just hung out for a bit, and they destroyed my beds a lot, and that was rough. They just kept breaking my beds, and that made the game a lot harder. You eating dinner? Does Cult feel like a cohesive package? Like, do you think... Are you asking, like, oh, does the village management stuff play into like, the roguelite stuff? A bit. There's, like... I think there's enough crossover between the two ideas that it works. Like, you building up your village and your followers can give you benefits inside of the roguelike stuff, as well as, like, there's the whole church stuff. It didn't feel jarring to do one or the other. Like, they came together to make, like, a full package. Yeah. And like I said, I haven't played the DLC for this one. You also appreciate the fan service. In Cult of the Lamb? Oh, with the free DLC. Yeah, like I said, I haven't played the DLC. Maybe this is a game that I come back to in order to play the DLC at some point. Like, I could see myself doing that. But I don't know if I would do that on stream or not. My sister actually got really into this game, and she, like, absolutely destroyed both the main game and the DLC in, like, a week. It's got some quality of life improvements as well. Okay. Yeah, I had a fun time with Cult of the Lamb. True. Maybe... I think it was a fun experience. I don't think it's a must-play. I think there are just, like... there are better roguelites, there are better action games, and there are better, like, life simulation games out there. It does all of them fine, but I don't think it particularly excels at any of them. But I do think it had, like, a really good soundtrack, and I do appreciate the art direction of the game. Your experience with roguelite, insert genre here, games that they often feel half-baked and off the roguelite aspect is holding it back. Yeah? I don't know, I don't think the roguelite aspect holds this game back, though. Because, like, you participating in the roguelite sections of the game there's benefits for your village associated with it, as well as some detriments, because it takes up real-life time. You thought the art and music were very, very good. I agree. I do think that was the strongest aspect of the game. Like, yeah, when you go into a run of Cult of the Lamb, you can get like resources to help you build things inside of your village. You can get new villagers. Yeah, it's playing the Omori soundtrack right now. Oh, man, there's a part of me that kind of wants to play Omori on stream, but I already know the story of Omori, and I feel like that would kind of lessen it. The sound design was quite strong. Yeah, there was a lot of strong aspects to Cult of the Lamb. I do think that its gameplay was they're just like a little bit on the weaker side when it came to the gameplay stuff. It was good though. Like, I had a fun time playing with it, and maybe Snacks brings up a good point. If I were to play it again on stream, I think having a more involved Twitch chat would also be a lot of fun. Honk. Untitled Goose Game, you're right. The gameplay was not super compelling. You didn't play it for long. Yeah, I mean, I played it to the end. It didn't take super long to get there, though. And I didn't feel super compelled to, like, go hard on any of the villagers. And I don't know if that's, like, a shortcoming of the game or not. Untitled Goose Game. Someday. Someday, Snacks. Cuphead! Ooh! Oh, I loved Cuphead! Oh, I love Cuphead. Oh, this game was so good. Oh my god, the DLC was super good. This is one of those games that I went back to off stream, and I like A-ranked every fight. And this was one of those games that also felt super good to get good at. People say this game is hard, like hard as nails. It was pretty tough. But I don't think it was, like, as tough as people were making it out to be, I'll be honest. The game is hard. Listen! Like, I really liked this game. Is it an all-timer? No, I don't think it is. I also don't think it's better than Crosscode. You play this game in co-op, you were at each other's throats by it. Shut up. This game, I'm not saying it's not hard. I just don't think it's as hard as people were saying it was. I think Celeste was way harder. And I played Celeste first. Like, I don't think Cuphead is easy by any stretch of the imagination. But I think that Celeste was, like, a much harder platforming game. And I honestly think that by bashing my head against the platforming challenges of Celeste, it made it easier to go into Cuphead. If that makes sense. I also just, like, really like platformers. And this is like, it's like the Dark Souls of platformers, or whatever they say. Maybe other people, yeah, and I'm, like, fair point. I'm not discounting anyone else. You'd like to take back the taking back of my hormone. Cuphead is hard. I'm not saying it's not hard! I've been saying it is a hard game. I was just saying I don't think it's as hard as people were saying. People were saying, like, this is one of the hardest games of all time. It's not even, like, of the games that I have played in the last year, I don't even think it makes, like, the top 5 hardest games that I had played. Like, I think most of the FromSoft games and Celeste all beat it out. You think it's an all-timer, though. Very cool vibe. I appreciate the hell out of the character design, the art direction, the music. Ooh. It sounds like it was not as difficult for you as it was for people you are dismissing then.
I don't like these.
For the people you're dismissing. You're correct. I don't want to say that other people are wrong for finding the game hard. I just didn't find it as difficult as people had described it. That's all I'm saying. If people think it is very hard, they are totally entitled to that opinion. If I were to put, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, Cuphead's like an 8.5. That's where I would put it, in terms of difficulty. And that's my opinion. I'm not saying you're bad! You saw how bad I was at fucking Dead Space. Like, I'm awful when it comes to FPSs. I have a lot more experience playing platformers than I do other stuff. So, for me, jumping into a difficult platformer wasn't that bad for me. Regardless, I think Cuphead is a fantastic game, and I do like the fact that this game was so unique in its art direction that it has pushed other developers into getting more creative with some of their art direction as well. Your feelings are valid. How else are you stronger than me? Do you not cry during the open of Up? No, of course I cry during Up. I'm a baby. I can't watch an old man lose the love of his life and then sit sadly by in the funeral home. Of course I cry, like a baby. Also, hello, Sneeze.
For real?
For real. Anyway. Let's see. We'll start with Dark Souls 1, then Dark Souls 2, then Dark Souls 3. If you turn the volume way down, you can't hear the monster. It's true. You can just watch me place pictures into a list, and then you'll be happy. Alright. Time to talk about the 3 Dark Souls games. So, in retrospect... You have a pin that says I'm a stupid baby. Which edition of Dark Souls? It's Dark Souls Remastered. Dark Souls 1... Time to hear how much I hate Dark Souls 3. You will get to it. Dark Souls 1, after playing all 3 of them, I think is the best of them. I think the combat of Dark Souls 1 it's slow, but it feels good. Stupid babies need the most attention. I liked the level design of this game quite a bit. Save for one part, which was in Anor Londo, when you first go there, and you, like, go out onto one of the bridges. I'm like, where the fuck do I go? I didn't have frame rate issues, because I was playing, like, on low settings. It was Dark Souls 3 that I had frame rate issues on. But there's, like, one part in the beginning of Anor Londo where you have to, like, climb up the scaffolding of, like, this roof that leads up to a window that's broken. And it's, like, the only instance that whole game that you have to do something like that. And it had not happened prior to that point. And I was like, where the fuck do I go? And I ran back and forth from Anor Londo to that point like 4 times. I was like, what am I missing? And then I had to look it up online. It's like, oh, you have to jump onto one of the roofs that are off to the side and then climb up to a window. I'm like, how was I supposed to know that? And now I know what you're saying. Just read the messages on the ground. This was when the online for Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2 had been down, so I did not have access to play the game online. So I'm sure that's one of those things that you're supposed to find out by, like, getting a hint from the other players. But, and, like, I know that's, like, one of the... It was also my first Souls game. This is the first time I had encountered something like this in any of the Dark Souls games, because it was my first experience with them. Like, moving into later ones, I became more aware of, like, oh, I probably need to, like, fall from this roof down to, like, this platform that's, like, off-screen or something, because fucking Kojima's a sadist who likes to just laugh at his player base. Not Kojima, Miyazaki. But anyway, I think that for the most part, outside of like that, I think the level design of Dark Souls 1 is very strong. Also, fuck the archer in Anor Londo as well. There's like one Silver Knight that's just like, there's 2 Silver Knights that are just like shooting pot shots at you with like bows and arrows as you're trying to like run up to get to the top of, like, another part of the building. And I had to make that run back, like, 25 times. Because I could not get past them. I didn't know how to parry. I never figured out how to parry. Parrying was not something I did in any of the Dark Souls games. Like, that's on me. I was bad. But, like, God, the runbacks to Dark Souls 1 are so bad, too. Oh, like, they do such a good job of improving on that aspect of the games, where, like, you don't have a million miles of bullshit between each bonfire. You with not parrying Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, yeah. But all that aside, I do think Dark Souls 1 is a fantastic game. The DLC in particular, I think the DLC for Dark Souls 1 is probably the best one. Granted, I never completed the one in Dark Souls 3 because I was so fucking done with Dark Souls 3 by the time I got to the third DLC of that game. But the fight against the Knight at the beginning of the DLC of Dark Souls 1 is still probably my favorite boss fight in any of the Dark Souls games. That fight, Artorias is his name. That fight absolutely fucking slaps. I'm gonna put Dark Souls 1. Now let's put a million miles of bullshit here between the bonfire and everything. Yep. That was the design philosophy of Dark Souls 1. Also, there are a few points that you can tell that, like, the development for Dark Souls 1 was kind of rushed out the door. With, like, there were a few reused bosses, specifically the demons that try and, like, sit on you with their giant asses. Or a lot of the fire area stuff with, like, reused boss assets and... Ooh. You do appreciate both Blasphemous being in the Will Play Again tier. Very good. Thank you. I do think Dark Souls 1 is better than Cuphead. Hey, thanks, Duck. How you doing, man? So yeah. I think that's where Dark Souls 1 goes for me. Dark Souls 2. I have a higher opinion of Dark Souls 2 than most people. However, this game, I consider myself to have not fully complete at this point. Because, so, when I played Dark Souls 2, I tried to challenge myself to do it over the course of, like, one weekend. So, like, this is the game that I hit affiliate with. So what happened, what I did was I started streaming the game at like 7 a.m. on a Saturday. Streamed it for, 18 hours. Went to bed. Woke up the next day at 7. And streamed the game for another like 15 hours. I have streamed all of these games. So I played about 30 plus hours of Dark Souls 2 over 2 days. And I didn't beat it. My problem with Dark Souls 2, well, I made an assumption, because it took me about 30-ish hours to beat Dark Souls 1. So I was like, oh, it'll take probably around 30 hours to beat Dark Souls 2. That'll take me like 2 streams to do. This game is significantly bigger than the first one. And it also has a lot more bullshit. The one thing that I didn't really recognize until later was how awful the enemy placement is in this game. Rather than like smart enemy placement, their solution most of the time is just, what if we put a lot of enemies here? Like, oh, you think like 3 enemies would be like enough for a fair combat? What about 23? And it's like, okay. Also, the bosses in this game were, like, noticeably easier. Utopia 2, Electric Boogaloo, thank you for the suggestion. A sneeze. I found the bosses in Dark Souls 2 to be significantly easier than the bosses in Dark Souls 1. For reference, and a multitude of multi-boss fights. Yep. So Dark Souls 1, I did a strength build. And I got very lucky in Dark Souls 1, because in Undeadburg, there's that one Black Knight near the beginning of the game, and when I defeated him, he dropped a Black Knight sword, which is like a super rare weapon drop from my understanding, and the requirements to wield it are like weren't that bad for me because I had already picked like the strength class as my starting class, so I only needed to like level up to like level 12, 15, somewhere in that area, in order to wield the weapon. And then I just used that weapon for the entire game, because it was so good. You think Dark Souls 2 DLCs were arguably the best Souls content in the trilogy? See, that's the thing. I never played the DLC for Dark Souls 2, which is why I said that I don't think I've actually truly completed the games. Because by the time, like, I got to the end of the game. Also, I wasn't playing Scholar of the First Sin. That's probably worth noting as well. I was playing just, like, regular-ass Dark Souls 2. Because I didn't know Scholar of the First Sin even existed. Dark Souls 3, nah, Dark Souls 3 I'm fine with. Not considering that I'd be in it. But yeah, Dark Souls 2 is definitely worse than Dark Souls 1. I think it's worse than Blasphemous as well. I would put it... like I said, I'm going to play it again at some point. I want to do the DLC. But it's like... near the bottom. I'm just gonna pull that bandit off right now. I think Dark Souls 3 is the worst of the trilogy. So, like, this is, I'm sure, skewed by my playthrough of this game. But, like, I did a strength build in Dark Souls 1. I did a dex build in Dark Souls 2. So in Dark Souls 3, I was like, I'm gonna try and do... It does have Seek Lest. Oh. So, Dark Souls 3, I tried doing a pyromancy build. And that absolutely fucked me for the entire game. I felt weak from the get-go. Like, I just did not have... There were so many bosses that I just could do no fucking damage to. The level design... Oh yeah, like, when I play Dark Souls 3 again, because I plan on doing it, I'm gonna go a full strength bonk build, because this was the game that, like, cemented to me that I'm never touching magic in any of these FromSoft games ever again. Because it was so abysmally bad. Like, the reason that I never beat the DLC for Dark Souls 3 is because I was playing a Pyromancer, and then I got to the Demon Princes, which was in the third, like, the first boss in, like, the second batch of DLC for this game. And the Demon Prince took me, no fucking word of a lie, like 30 minutes to get through his first phase, because they were resistant to all the types of damage that I could do. So, I'm like running around trying to avoid combat with these fucking demons that are switching on and off between good and bad. And I finally managed to, like, take them down after 30 minutes. Dark Souls 3 isn't even a hard game. Saxon and Arcane playthrough in Bloodborne. Yeah. But, like, I kill the Demon Princes, and then they reanimate into, like, their second phase, and immediately one-shot me. And I was like... That's when I put the game down. I was like, I cannot be fucked to fight this boss that's gonna take me half an hour every attempt just to get to phase 2. Phase 2. Now, I'm sure, like I said, this is... I think a lot of this has to do with my choice to do a Pyromancer build and my inability to know shit. Like, I think a lot of my issues with Dark Souls 3 would probably be mitigated on a second playthrough, because one of my biggest problems was that I constantly got fucking lost in this game, because the map design is way more all over the fucking place than it was in Dark Souls 1 and 2. Like, in both the first one and the second one, there was like a hub world, like a hub area that your character would go back to. There is in Dark Souls 3 as well, but it's not connected to anything. In this one, it's like they're the central areas that branch off to, like, objectives that you're supposed to go do. So it's like, oh, I did the prison area and fought, like, the lady that's in the dark. Cool, I'm done with that part of the map. Now I can go on one of the other branching paths and go to that conclusion. Or Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 1 is like, it's very linear at the beginning, but then opens up to a similar thing. Dark Souls 3 is just like, it's full of fan service, which, to be fair, I didn't pay attention to any of the lore stuff in these games. So a lot of the fan servicey lore stuff that came in Dark Souls 3 was completely lost on me. I'm sure if you were like a long-time fan of the series, and then you finally got your hands on Dark Souls 3 after waiting like for how many ever years between 2 and 3, that shit would have been like incredible. You would have been like, oh my god, they put so much thought and care into that. For me, didn't register any of it, didn't particularly care. And like I was enjoying this game a decent amount, but when I got to the end game of Dark Souls 3, I had just the worst fucking time. So like, I had gone to the point where I had the Storm King, Soul of Cinder, and fucking Lady Freyalise, or whatever her name is. Those were the only things I could do in the game. And like, I spent like maybe 2 full streams just going back and forth between these 3 bosses, dying over and over and over. It's like, oh, here's 2 hours of attempts against the Stormlord. Oh, here's like 2 hours of attempts against the Soul Cinder. Oh, let's go get killed by Lady Freyalise over and over and over. And I was just like, it killed me. This game, like, I had to walk away from this game. Like, I stopped playing this game for, I think, like, over a month. And I think I played, like, the entirety of God of War Ragnarok in between, like, going back to Dark Souls 3. Because I was just like, I need a fucking break from this game. Now, on to things that I think this game did quite well. I think a lot of the bosses in this game are very good. One thing I bring up about this game in particular, though, is that it came off the heels of Bloodborne, right? So, like, Bloodborne had very fast combat, and people responded very well to the combat in Bloodborne because it was fun, dynamic, whatever. My issue with Dark Souls 3 is that it felt like they took the combat speed from Bloodborne and just brought it over to Dark Souls 3, but it doesn't have any of the same mechanics. Like, without the revenge mechanic, Bloodborne would be miserable. Like, the game actively encourages you to stay, like, the game expects you to stay aggressive and on top of the enemies in order to maintain your health. In Dark Souls 3, you don't have that. You have the Estus Flask system. So, like, yes, your character is, like, faster than it is in, like, any of the other Dark Souls game, but it feels like your movement speed got cranked up by, like, 100%, and the enemy's combat speed got cranked up by, like, 150%. And I always felt like I was trying to catch up to these fucking enemies. And it drove me, it was, like, it really bothered me. You found the boss in Dark Souls? No, man! No way! Well, there were, like, some that were fast, but, I also found that the boss, the camera in Dark Souls 3 was probably the worst that the camera had ever been. Like, the camera would be like, I'd be struggling against the fucking camera to do anything. And people would be like, oh, you're not supposed to use the lock-on function against this one particular boss. And I'm like, then why is it in the game? Like, don't program a lock-on function that is presented to you as, like, this is gonna make things better for you. And then it just is actively a detriment in so many boss fights. Like, don't defend it. Don't be like, oh, this is fine. Just don't use it for this boss fight. It's like, no, fuck that. That's the developer just making a bad thing and including it in their game, and then you're defending it because you love the game. That's my rant about the fucking camera. Yeah, I don't... Dark Souls 3 just made me so mad. This game made me so mad. I'm gonna play it again, but I'm mad. You think all the bosses in Dark Souls 3 are much better than Dark Souls 1? Ah. Oh, I need to talk about Yorm the Giant really quick, too. So, like, Yorm... This is very specifically a me problem. So, like, I was playing with a Switch Pro controller. And for whatever reason, if you play the Steam version of Dark Souls 3 with a Switch Pro controller specifically, there is a bug that can come up that just disables the R3 button on your controller. Just, it doesn't respond. Or the... Which means that my lock-on ability, I couldn't lock on to enemies. So, what did I do? I had to remap the buttons on it. And I was like, okay, what buttons don't get used on this controller? It's a Dark Souls game. They use literally every single fucking button. I was like, okay, what's the thing that I'm not going to use the most? Oh, parrying. Because I've literally never parried in any of these games, I just won't parry again. Whatever, I'll just dodge everything. Little did I know about the mechanic in this game, where when you use the parry button on while two-handing a weapon, that it has like a special ability. I didn't even know that mechanic existed in the game, and it's like integral to beating the Yorm the Giant fight. It's like an absolute necessity to beat the Yorm Giant fight. So, like, I get to the Yorm fight, I run past him, I pick up the thing that's, like, maybe get a real controller. I mean, I use a PlayStation controller now anyway. Yeah, it's never explained. So, like, I get into the Yorm the Giant fight, I run up to the throne that he's sitting on, and I pick up the weapon that's at his feet, and it's, like, the Storm Ruler or something like that, which is a callback to, like, the Manta Ray thing in Demon's Souls, which is, like, that's such a cool callback. I didn't know that. I never played Demon's Souls. I didn't even know this was, like, a big deal of a weapon or whatever. So, I pick up this weapon. I'm like, cool, it's a sword. I equip it. I try swinging it at the boss because I'm like, oh, they gave me this weapon specifically for this boss fight, I assume. I swing at it, it does like 70 damage. It's worse than the weapon that I have equipped. So I'm like, oh, okay, whatever, and I put it away. And I try and figure out how to beat this boss fight for way too long. I die, then my chat directs me to, like, do the Onion Knight quest, which is tied to him, but for some reason, the sequence that I, like, played the game in completely broke his side quest, and he just wasn't appearing where he was supposed to. So I just never did his side quest. Like people were like, oh, he should be here. I would go there. Oh, he's not here. Okay, maybe he's here. I would go there. Oh, he's not here. Is he here? Oh, he is here. Okay. Do that quest. Okay, so I finished that quest. They're like, okay, he should be here now. I would go there. He wasn't there. And I was just like... So I just looked it up online. It's like, you need to use the special ability on the sword. And I'm like, what? So then I, like, learned about the special ability. So this was probably like 3 to 4 hours of my playtime of this game. And I get to the Yorm fight, and I use the special ability, and it kills him in like 5 hits. And I'm like, that sucks. That sucks so bad. Because it's either an impossible fight, or just a joke of a fight. And, like, I get it. You're supposed to do the Onion Knight thing, and you have, like, this cool, like, brothers in arms moment where you fight side by side with the Onion Knight, and you use this weapon from the other game to beat this guy that was like a lore thing in some of the other games. Again, all that shit lost on me, and it just boiled down to this was unsatisfying and made me mad. And that was the perfect culmination of a lot of my feelings of Dark Souls 3 is that there was a lot of unsatisfying shit that made me angry. So it goes at the bottom of will play again, because I will play it again. But I'm gonna go hard bonk mode. Rant done. We're moving on to the next game. Now that you know what you're doing, you're gonna play. That's exactly my feel. I'm like, I'm sure now that I know what I'm supposed to do with this game, it'll be a lot more fun. But the first playthrough was so frustrating, man. It was so frustrating. Dave the Diver, a relatively new game. A game that we beat fairly recently. What? This was just a fun... This was just an all-around fun experience. Just so... It has so many games shoved into this game. Like, at its core, you're just diving into the water, catching fish, and then making sushi with that fish. That's like the base gameplay loop of it. But they just keep adding new mechanics into this game as it goes on. It becomes like a restaurant management sim. It becomes like a farming sim. It becomes a... It has, like, side questing adventure stuff in the deep waters. There's combat. There's, like, an encyclopedia for collecting. There's a bunch of side missions that you can do. There's a bunch of random mini games that pop up that are all, like, different genres. There's, like, a light novel section. There's a rhythm game section. There's a point-and-click adventure section. It has just so much going on, and it has, like, just this super reverent sense of humor that I found to be super funny. The pixel art in this game was fantastic. The little cutscenes they would do with the characters whenever they would do like something unique was always super fun. Is Fortnite on your list? No, I've never played that game. I've never streamed that game. I'm not gonna do that game. I had a very fun time with Dave the Diver. I think it's a must play. I think if you enjoy video games and indie games, I think Dave the Diver is just all around a super enjoyable experience. But it's not one that I can see myself wanting to play in a second time. That first playthrough basically gives you everything you need out of the game. It was fun. Is Hades in this list? It's not, because I didn't stream it. I have played a lot of Hades. Hades would be an all-timer if it were on the list. Just, like, to let you know. I'm very excited for Hades 2. It's a roguelike that is, like, infinitely replayable. Like, I think this kind of comes back to what Dimidu was saying earlier about, like, the roguelike stuff feeling like it's holding back a lot of the gameplay stuff. Hades doesn't suffer from that because it's, like, a story-driven game that's narrative is progressed by you doing the roguelike stuff. So, it's just all around great. Dead Space Remake. Alright. So this is one of 2 first-person shooters that I've played. Unless you count Neon White as an FPS. Which maybe you can, but it's like a weird amalgamation of a lot of other things. I'll be honest with you. The genre of FPS just is not for me. I didn't find this game particularly scary. I didn't think, I was just more annoyed playing this game than I was, scared. This is an over-the-shoulder shooter. This game was, the enemies would just, pop out and be like, ah! Then you're like, alright, time to waste a bunch of ammo shooting them in the leg. And I didn't care about any of the NPCs, and there were a couple of cool boss fights, like when you fought the giant space anus. That was neat. It had a lot of body horror inside of it. which like some people might be into. You didn't find it as scary as you found the limb shooting fun. I just didn't find the mechanics in this game to be that interesting. I understand that a lot of people like this game. It's just not for me, man. Like, I played through the entirety of it, and it left, like, no impression on me. Like, I just find that I tend to get fairly bored of gun gameplay in a lot of games. Just because, like, it all just boils down to point the reticule at something and then pull the trigger until it is dead. And I know, like, oh, you're, like, boiling it down to its basics, and you could say the same thing about, like, any genre game. But, like, I don't know, man. It didn't, like, yeah, it's got the limb shooting stuff, and you need to, like, make sure to kill them in a specific way, but when you get to nothing like platforming, yeah, exactly, it's nothing like platforming. You don't use a gun in platforming unless you're playing Neon White. Yeah, I understand why someone would be like, I really like Dead Space, I like the creepy atmosphere, I like the body horror stuff, I like the gameplay, I like the unique guns that are associated with it. There was like one or two cool things. There was like a gravity gun in this game, which was neat. And like the plasma shooting laser thing was kind of cool. Like I would not ever call this like a bad game, but for me, I have no interest in ever playing it again or playing any of its sequels. And it's not even just the fact that people have said that the sequels are bad. It's just like it did nothing for me. The whole hide and seek genre game with batteries as like Five Nights at Freddy's or whatever. Yeah, no thanks. Five Nights of... Like, I've watched... I've never played Five Nights at Freddy's. I've watched enough gameplay of it to be like, this is... I don't find any appeal in this genre of thing whatsoever. Which is why it's, like, so bizarre to me that the game was just such a cultural phenomenon. And we got movies for it now. Yeah, like... I don't know, I just don't have that much to say about Dead Space. It just left very little impression to me. Yeah, YouTubers, am I right? Yeah, that might have some... Yeah, Markiplier and PewDiePie and stuff, like, blowing the game up. Alright, Disco Elysium. This is an all-timer. This game is fantastic. So this is just like... Oh, headphones are dying. Dead Space was pretty done revolutionary when it came out. Yeah, I'm sure it was. And, like, credit where credit's due. If it influenced a bunch of people... If it influenced, like, a bunch of games that came out of it, like, that's super cool. We're not getting a second Disco 2. It's such a shame. But, like... Oh, man. This is just, like, a narrative tour de force. Just the... How do you even describe Disco Elysium, man? Like, it's bare bones minimum. It's like the story of a cop trying to solve a murder. But, like, it's all told from, like, you're, like, this deadbeat, alcoholic... fucking loser of a cop who literally can't even remember anything. You can wear a piss-stained jacket. Yeah. You literally don't remember anything about your past. And, like, you have, like, a ton of different statistics that are, like, that affect your mentality. And the narrative is, like, built around the type of character that your character thinks they are. And it's got, like, a lot of commentary on, like, politics and unionization and, and it's, like, it takes the piss out of a lot of it, too. Like, it's a really intellectual think piece on a lot of that stuff, but also just it's like a lot of this shit is really fucking dumb. And I appreciate the hell out of that. It's like True Detective, but with more alcohol and cigs. True. You have a question, Snacks? Shoot. Like, this game was 100% narrative. Like, yeah, there are some, like, roles that are involved in the game. After this, can you choose a dog water game? Okay. You want the tea. Yeah. There's so much to this game, and I don't really want to say a whole ton about it if people in chat haven't played it before, just because a lot of it, it's like, it's a narrative game. Once you know the narrative, like, that kind of takes a lot of it out. It's just, it's good, it's smart, it's got a lot to say. There's layers upon layers upon layers of, like, extra world building. That, like, doesn't need to be there. It doesn't translate well on Twitch. I got, like, an okay number of viewers. But, yeah, this is one that, like, it's probably better to just, like, play on your own. But I had, like, a good number of people that were watching along with it just because, like, they love this game. Like, the people who played this game really like this game. And for good reason. It's got strong characters. The writing in it is just sublime. It's, like, narrated by this man with just the silkiest, butteriest voice. Like, my god, I can listen to the narrator from this game, like, read the newspaper or, like, the dictionary, because it's so good. Yeah, I loved this game. Absolutely adored Disco Elysium. Okay. Elden Ring. This is the best Soulsborne game. Because I really liked... Oh, right, Dog Water game. Alright. Frog Fractions was Dog Water. There you go. This was a game... Why, though? So, Frog Fractions was a game that I played during my 24-hour-long stream. And this game is just, like, basically a meme game. Like, this was one that Nick fucking thinks is hilarious. And I think he recommended to Brungo as well. But, like, it's just, like, a shmup where you control a frog catching flies. And then, like, you can upgrade your statistics by buying upgrades and stuff. So it, like, kind of starts out, like, very basic. And then it just, like, devolves into this weird, like, narrative where you're now, like, a frog riding a dragon through space. And then you land on Mars. And you have to, like, you become the king of Mars. And you run, like, the Frog Society on Mars. And you have to, like, generate a bunch of wealth to maintain the economy of your frog planet. And your way you do that is by generating frog porn. And there's, like, a long-ass text adventure game inside it, like, tucked in it, where you need to... You're bored, yeah. Uh-huh. Where you need to, It's like one of those old-school text adventure games where, like, it gives you the narrative, like, it describes the area. And you need to, like, type in, like, oh, search book. But it has fractions at the top. Yeah. They're there. Like, this is just a meme game. Like, it's not supposed to be... This is not an actual video game. It's like a shit post in the form of a video game. So, that's Frog Fractions. It took, like, an hour and a bit to beat. I was delusionally tired when I played it. So, like, it was at least funny in the moment. But this is just, like, it's not a game. You love fractions? Yeah, get ratioed, snacks. Alright, Elden Ring's the best of the Soulsborne games. The open world aspect to it's really good. I think the bosses in this game are sublime. I love the fact that if you are struggling with something, you can go somewhere else. You can explore and do side content. God, I love that, because that means that if you're not ready for something, do something else. Thank you. Disco Elysium is at the top of all timers right now, yes. And the thing is, like, I couldn't really talk about it too much. Just because, like, it's such a narrative game, so I don't want to, like, talk about the narrative all that much. But basically what I boiled down to is, like, the writing in this game is sublime. And that's all it really needs to be, because that's the point of the game. It's got a lot of witty commentary. It's, like, poignant, but also, like, takes the piss out of a lot of heavy topics. It's good. It's such a good game. Yeah, Elden Ring. This was the most fun that I had with any FromSoft game. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that, like, if you were struggling with something, you could go somewhere else, get stronger, and come back to it later. It didn't make the game easy. You saw me die plenty of times, but, like, also, we got to do the big bonk in this game. That hammer was so good. That hammer was so good. And yeah, DLC hype. I'm so stoked for the DLC of this game. This was one that, like, I went out of the way to learn the lore about because it was interesting. Magic was good in Elden Ring too. So, I had heard that the magic in Elden Ring was too good. Like, most people that I knew that went into Elden Ring, a lot of them just kind of, like, found themselves falling into magic because it was just, like, an easy crutch. So, I was just like, I'm not going to use magic. And if you count the soul ashes as magic, then I did. But that's the only thing I used in the game. You did a second playthrough and it made things easy. Yeah, you did magic because you never do. How could they not? Magic item is all you get. I mean, I didn't use magic. There's a part of me that's like, I think if I were to play this game again, I might limit myself from using the Mimic tier, because that item seemed like way too fucking good. Yeah, I literally did not upgrade Faith, Int, or the other magic stat. The Mimic was OP. Yeah, I think, like I said, when the DLC comes out, I'm probably just going to do a whole nother playthrough of this game. And I'm going to absolutely just, like, ban the Mimic tier for my playthrough, because it did make a lot of fights, like, too easy. Just because, like, it's basically just a giant damage sponge that draws the aggro of enemies. That's the thing, is, like, do I do no summons? Because, like, the biggest benefit of the summons in Elden Ring is that they draw aggro from the bosses, right? So it's like, it's probably better to just do no summons in general if you want to just try and get the full, like, combat experience out of the bosses. So that's kind of my thought, is that I'll try and do that. You'd be curious to try. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with my as well. But yeah, this game was just fantastic. It's the longest playthrough that I've had on so far. Though I'm guessing Persona 5 will probably outstrip it by the end of all things said and done. Persona 5 is not on this list yet, by the way, because I haven't beaten it. But, I mean, it's my second playthrough, so you can have an idea of where it would end up at the very least. Anyway, yeah, Elden Ring is the best Soulsborne game. And I'm very excited for the DLC. So, it ends up there, but I still think Disco Elysium was a better experience. You're on a second playthrough of Persona already. The playthrough I'm doing right now is so I've played the base game of Persona 5. This is my first playthrough of Persona 5 Royal, which has like a bunch of extra stuff added into the game. Alright, Ender Lilies. This is a Metroidvania as well. You play as a little, like, this little priestess girl who, is being protected by, like, this undead knight. And you're, like, on this journey to travel through this, like, post-apocalyptic land that's been ravaged by, like, some kind of, like, sickness or disease. And your character is basically, like, one who's responsible for taking on that sickness unto themselves. And the main, like, mechanic of this game that tries to differentiate itself from, like, other its contemporaries is that every time you beat any boss in the game, including like mini bosses or hidden sub bosses, you can make them into like a new companion that follows you around, and they grant new abilities. So it's like similar to your ability to unlock moves and stuff in other Metroidvanias, but these ones are tied to like combat a lot, except for like the major bosses, which work more like your traditional Metroidvania power-ups that allow you to explore new areas and stuff. I think the soundtrack for this game was beautiful. I liked the art style quite a bit, though I know Brungo, who watched me play it a bit, was not a huge fan of it. It's got like a bit of an anime... It has like a lot of anime inspiration in its aesthetic. At least with, like, your player character. The monsters themselves are a lot more, like, Dark Souls inspired. It was very, like, dour and drab. It had, like, the hallmark of, like, a story that was, like, told fairly in the background with a lot of, like, collectible notes and stuff. It wasn't super big. And the first half of the game was, like, very easy until you reach, like, the bad end of the game, which you can get to, like, fairly quickly. I think, like, I did in 2 streams. But then it basically encourages you to go back and, like, explore more. And once you do that, the difficulty curve, like, takes a pretty steep increase. And, like, it hits a point that I think is a lot better. Because it was too easy prior to that. But in comparison to a bunch of the other Metroidvanias that I have played, I think it definitely doesn't really hold a candle to some of the best. Like, it's a good execution, it has an interesting art style, and I think that the music in it was very, very good, but it didn't really do a whole lot to differentiate itself outside of its unique art style. So I think this one is would fall into the fun experience area for me. Any gamers in chat? Yo, what's up, Nick? I think I'm gonna put it below Beacon Pines. How are you doing today, Nick? No. Everhood! God, Everhood was so good. So, Everhood is a rhythm game. It's like an RPG rhythm game. Alright, hold on. I'm putting on the Everhood soundtrack. Because it's good. So you play as, like, this wooden puppet who has to, like, go and get his arm or whatever. And they introduce the gameplay mechanics of this as just, like, you gotta avoid the notes. It's like the enemies attack in the form of, like, sending the notes at you, and you have to just dodge out of the way of them. You have, like, 5 lanes, and you gotta get out of the way. And then there's, like, a twist halfway through the game that completely flips the game on its head, and recontextualizes everything. It's got, like, heavy Undertale vibes, with like it's got a cast of like quirky characters, but it's got like this message, this like layer that's hiding underneath the background. It's got a lot of very like trippy, psychedelic aesthetics. This game ruled. I really enjoyed this game. Would I play it a second time though? I don't think I would. So I think that means that it goes to the top of must-plays. The soundtrack is just like... if you're making a rhythm game, you have to nail the soundtrack. And they absolutely did with this one. Man. It's just that, like, a lot of... Very similar to, like, I guess Undertale in that regard. It's like, I don't really have a whole lot. Is this whole list gonna break your spirit? I don't know, man, is it? We can have different opinions, that's fine. It's that the gameplay is quite fun, but like the story is something that like kept me wanting to play this game more. But now that I like know the narrative of this game, but actually there is like stuff that I missed in this game. I don't know. All your games are C or lower. They're not C tier. I still thought they were fun. Cat Quest, I think, was just too bare bones. You said the sequel builds up on that a lot, though. And, like, I do plan on playing the sequel. No, we all gotta agree. That was, like, I think Cat Quest was a fun time, but it was just very, very bare-boned. Renaming tiers so people don't get mad at my tier? No, because I think, like, saying a game is a D doesn't really get across the resound that getting across, like, what I actually felt about the game, you know? I feel... This, to me, I feel, is, like, a more accurate representation of what my feelings on the game are. Than saying, like, this is S, this is A, blah, 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 blah. Ghost Trick. This was a point-and-click puzzle adventure novel, like, visual novel type game. This was the remake that came out on Steam not that long ago of, like, this old school... this, like, game that was on the DS, I want to say? It was, like, a cult classic, from my understanding, and I thought this was a good opportunity to play it. It was fun. It had a cast of very zany, out-there characters. It reminded me quite a bit of, like, in terms of characters, of, like, the Phoenix Wright games. Does it say more about you or me that you don't recognize half of these titles? I don't know. You've been around for most of these games. That's why you asked. I think it might have a little to say about you, but that's fine. The game, the puzzle aspect of this game, it was interesting because it was like, it required you to interact with objects in a unique way while having limited movement options. And there was like some timing stuff. It was an interesting idea. I think it was a fun experience. It kind of, I feel the same way about it like I did with Ender Pines, with like, it's a narrative-focused game with like some unique gameplay mechanics thrown into it. What is next to Banjo? Blasphemous 2. Oh god, this soundtrack's so good. Alright, Ragnarok. God of War, Ragnarok. So, I loved God of War 2018. That game was so good. So, when there was a sequel coming out, I already had pretty high expectations for it. And so, I think this game blows the first one out of the water in pretty much every regard. I think the narrative is better. I think the interactions are stronger. I think the gameplay is refined to, like, a razor tip. The new mechanics that they added into it were a lot of fun. Them just building out on these characters that they had already done a good job of fleshing out in the first game was so wild. Ragnarok was fantastic. There's a reason why Elden Ring and God of War Ragnarok were like the two games that were competing for Game of the Year last year, because they're both fantastic. Do I think it's better than Elden Ring? I don't. But I do think it's an all-timer. Is it better than Bloodborne? It has like some Soulsborne in its blood. Like the combat is a little bit. Maybe that's because I was playing on Give Me God of War difficulty, so I was just like dying a lot at the beginning. But when I switched to like the lower difficulty, it wasn't that bad. Narrative would put it above Bloodborne for you. The narrative of this game is super good. Yeah. I mean, like, this game, like, the ending of it brought me to tears. Like, it got me to tear up. And that's, like, that's a pretty big accomplishment for a fucking video game story to do. Like, just seeing how much Kratos as a character developed from just, like, this angry fucking bitter man to, like, this genuine, like, compassionate person is, like, it's so satisfying to watch. And seeing, like, Atreus come into his own as well throughout the game. Like, he was an annoying shit of a character in Dark Souls, or in God of War 2018. But, like, he's a kid, so, like, that's whatever. He's, like, a lot more palatable in the second one because he's, like, mellowed out a lot. And he has... Yeah, like, the whole... In God of War... in Dark Souls 1, yeah. In God of War 2018, when Atreus has his whole... we're gods now, everyone else is shit. I hate that part of the story so much. Because it comes out of... It just... It feels like it comes on way too fucking quickly for me. But yeah, God of War Ragnarok was fantastic. I loved this game. I will definitely come back to it later. He's legit the closest character we've gone to Navi since. True. One thing I do want to say about Ragnarok, though, it's like, at the beginning of the game, the side characters are a bit too quick to tell you what to do, and that can be pretty annoying. Though that mellows out a lot as the game goes on. But at the beginning, like, fucking Atreus and Mimir just are like, Kratos, you gotta do that! You're like, I've been here for like 10 seconds, dude. You liked the twist with Tyr? It was, and the fact that it was there, like, it didn't come out of nowhere. Like, there were hints the whole game for it. It's so good! You think it's a little less of an issue? Waited 5 years between playing them. Yeah, I had played 2018 like less than a year prior to Ragnarok coming out, so it was still like somewhat fresh in my brain. God, this soundtrack's so good. But yeah, I don't know if they are actually planning on making a sequel to Ragnarok. From my understanding, they aren't, which is a shame. But whatever they decide to do with the God of War franchise from this point forward, I'm very intrigued to see the direction they take it. Whether it will be with, like, Kratos still as the main character, or if they, like, do something with Atreus instead. You thought it was a trilogy? No, I'm pretty sure I've seen on multiple occasions that they intended the narrative for these two games to be like the ending of Ragnarok is like the ending of this story of God of War. Maybe like I've seen that brought up a couple times. But just because like this narrative is done doesn't necessarily mean that we're like done with these guys. Yeah, he could like go off and kill Egyptian gods. Well, the thing is like next game is Twink of War. I mean, this game did a good job of making me want to actually play a game with Atreus as the lead character, because I did enjoy his bits of combat. Like, they borrowed a lot from Kratos, but like, he's distinctly his own thing, which was cool. The wolf stuff, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, game was great. Griftlands. So this was a viewer-suggested game from Metronome. It is a deck-building roguelike, I believe, is what you would describe it, with like a narrative focus, with like branching paths depending on what you do. Found out the chatter whose suggestions are hated. This game is meant to be played through multiple time. And, I played through it once on stream. For 1 second! I hope you had time to think about what you did, Dimmy-Doo. Yeah, so this is a game that's designed to be played through multiple times. I have not gone back and played through it a second time. So this one just didn't really grip me all that much, I'll be honest. There's like there's like the beginnings of a cool idea there. But I mean, like, perhaps I should have done, I might in my free time revisit this one and see if I can do it again. Or, like, if it's worth exploring again. Yeah. This one I might have to play again. Hollow Knight's the top. This game's great. I fucking adore this game. Like, I feel like this shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. Hollow Knight is mid. Brungo's mid. Nick, get his ass! Get his ass, Nick! Yeah, God, I love Hollow Knight so goddamn much. You said it first? Damn it. Yeah, get him. Get him. What is there to say about Hollow Knight that millions of people haven't already said? The world is great. The boss fights in this game are just consistently fantastic, outside of, like, there's, like, the Flukemar and, like, the Moss Charger. The Bonkel has been permanently banned. Asking for a friend. How to get into Hollow Knight? Play the game? I don't know, dude. Like, it's hard. Like, it's a hard game, but it's one of those ones that, like, once you get good at it, oh, is it satisfying. It's just, it's got this, it's polished to a shine. Like, the music in this game is fantastic. The visuals are gorgeous. Like, the parallax scrolling in the background, there's so much detail. Every area is, like, unique and identifiable just from, like, one glance at it. You gotta remember that you said just kidding when you said Hollow Knight was mid when you're raiding Outer Wilds. Also remember that I have a very particular set of skills when you're raiding Outer Wilds. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, I've played this game on stream, like, twice already. I'm planning on a third one. I play it off stream all the time. Like, This is just one of my go-to comfort games. Everything about it I adore. I play, yeah. I've been, like, practicing for the 100% Steel Soul mode. Because that's gonna be hard as fuck. But I want to do it. You didn't know I gamed off stream? I don't do a ton of it. I'll be honest, I don't do a ton of gaming off stream. But Hollow Knight's one that I do. And, like, Slay the Spire is the one that I actually play a decent amount. But yeah, Hollow Knight is, honestly, I think at this point, probably my favorite game of all time. So, whenever the myth that is Silksong comes out, I will be there day one. You're just gonna have to stream until you like Hollow Knight, you think? I mean, like, if it's not your genre game, it's not your genre game. But, like, I don't know, man. Look at this man coping. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Believing that Silksong might be a thing. What a fool. What an idiot. Alright. Hi-Fi Rush. This is one that came out this year. You didn't finish it, you recognize it as an S tier. Yeah, I mean, like, this game was influential. Like, this game alone, I think, sparked a renaissance of new Metroidvanias. Like, I don't think Blasphemous would have been nearly as much of a thing if it wasn't for Hollow Knight. Scam. Don't act like you're surprised, Snacks. Alright. Let's talk about Hi-Fi Rush. So this is a rhythm-based beat-em-up game with a super unique art style, a banging soundtrack, lovable characters. This game rules. 808 right there is the cat in that game. Very good. The story was fine. Yeah, the story was fine, but I think the characters were a lot of fun. And that was like best rule 34 of everything here. I mean, it's got some good character designs, to say the least. I think, like, as a gameplay experience, I can't think of any game that, like, does the same thing that Hi-Fi Rush does. Like, everything in the world is to the beat. Like, everything. Your character runs to the beat. Your character attacks to the beat. The background characters, or, like, the background objects and platforms move to the beat of, like, everything is on beat all the time. Your character, action sequences are to the beat. Well, like, Crypt of the Necrodancer, you can, like, fall off beat, right? And that, like, punishes you. You're not allowed, like, even if you, like, mess up the timing of the beat, your character still stays on beat with their attacks and stuff. It's like Crypt of the... you guys can finish each other's sandwiches. I think this game is a must-play. I don't think I'm going to play it a second time. But I think, like, what it accomplished to do was... Haha, you're stuck here for another month! Thank you so much for the gift sub, Nick. Much appreciated. Okay, Katana Zero. This is one game that I've played a couple times. You refunded Katana Zero? I played this one a couple times. It's like... But it's only like an hour-long game. I think it was fun. You got a bit motion sickness? Yeah, I could see that. So, like, you have this game has, like, a slow down time mechanic. You have, like, bullet reflection stuff. You got some sick wall jump action. This game's fun. I've played it multiple times. I don't think I'm gonna play it again. I do think it's a must play though. I've never gotten motion sick while playing a game. So unfortunately I can't really relate on that front. But I had a genuinely good time with Katana Zero. Is it a must play? Honestly, it's probably too high a must play. I think I like it there. You were 6 hours deep into Galaxy 2. And then you ended up getting off it. Very invested, then very dizzy. Fair enough. Yeah. Katana Zero's, it's fun. It's got interesting gameplay mechanics. It's fairly sharp and snappy. But it's a short game. It takes like 2 hours, 3 hours to beat this game. So, like, the time to put into it is not that high. Oh, God. I got a hair in my mouth. Hold on. Which one of you put a hair in my mouth? Melatonin. Melatonin was another rhythm game. This one took like an hour and a half to beat. It was fine. This one's honestly like, I played both this and Birth like in the same stream. I think I like Birth a little more than Melatonin, but yeah, they were just like very short. I beat them in like, I think I did like these 2 games in one stream and they took like 2 hours, like a combined 3 hours to do. Yeah, exactly. You missed it because you worked that day. Yeah, this is just, you play as a character who falls asleep, and then you play through a bunch of like rhythm games that are themed around like the thing your character is dreaming about. So like, your character fell asleep while hungry, so he has multiple dreams about like food, or he falls asleep while like doom scrolling on social media, and then he has dreams about like swiping on Tinder and shit. It was fine. It was very cozy game. It had like a nice pastel color palette. I did play Pony Island. It's on here. Don't you worry, we'll get to it. It's right here. This is Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Randomizer. I did this because good old Nick Jackie, big fan of randomized Legend of Zelda, and was kind enough to hook me up with some rando. And let me tell you, I didn't realize just how much a randomizer changes how you approach this game, but it was so sick. So like, it basically just turns the whole game into a dungeon. Instead of like, oh, I have to do the one to go to the next, just like you need to, it just tests your knowledge of the game. Was it a random seed rando? Yeah. Yeah, the Nick unintentionally gave me one that also included the gold Skulltulas. Yeah. As random, which, from what Nick was saying, he wouldn't have recommended on your first time attempting it. And I get why, because I definitely did not know where all the gold Skulltulas were in the game. And that was like, there was 1 or 2 items that were hidden in Skulltulas that were like the bottleneck points. But once we got past those, then everything was fine. Yo, Mike! That's right, 1 year, baby! How you doing, man? Literally the worst mod around here. Nah. Yeah, so, I mean, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time is an all-timer already, and I think Randomizer bumps it up. It is also an all-timer. I do want to do another one of these on stream at some point. Yo, Chev! And Sang Rilos, thank you for the follow. Now, the question is, where do I put Ocarina of Time in comparison to some of these games? I just hydrated. Chev. Holy shit, Mike. 5 gift subs? Fuck, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate the hell out of you. Another one. Is it better than Celeste? Yes. Is it better than Bloodborne? No, I think it's about there. Another one. Shit. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. But yeah, Ocarina of Time. Time for Dogwater. What? Neon White? So, Neon White is the second game that I streamed. I went from Outer Wilds to Neon White. I have complex feelings about this game. Because, in terms of, like, gameplay, I think this game's great. You did miss those ones. This was pre-Nick Jackie era. So, I think the gameplay for Neon White is actually a ton of fun. It's like this, you have like, it's like a mix of like gunplay and platforming all within like a small timed challenge. Yeah, I mean this was, God, so many subs. Yeah, so Neon White, this was one game that I got, Platinum. I did Platinum in every stage for Neon White. This was one of those games that I felt compelled to get good at, so I did. The narrative of this game makes me want to die. Because it is like, it's like if Hot Topic was a fucking game. It's just so... It's so cringy, and so edgy, and so unabashedly, like, over-the-top fucking anime. Like, oh. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, the narrative for this game is dog shit. But the gameplay itself is tight, fast-paced, unique. It keeps evolving. It feels really good to play this game. So I think it is a must-play. But, and this is important, you can just skip all the dialogue in this game. And honestly, I think that is the preferred way to play it. So, I would put this game around the same level as, like, these. I'd probably put it above Hi-Fi Rush. Actually, I'd probably put it at the top of Must Play, because this is one that I actually wanted to get good at and put the time in to, like, redo stuff. Whoa, thank you for a sub! Shangri-Los. I appreciate that. Holy shit. Alright, I'm gonna grab myself some more water real quick before I talk about... Mr. Brennan? Is that you, my dude? Holy shit. You're a bad fan? You thought you were subbed? No, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. I'm gonna go get water before I talk about Outer Wilds. I'll be right back. Oof. Alright. Fuck. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, Nick. Share stream, let's go. You guys are far too kind. Thank you so much. I assume Brungo's on his stream right now. Toot toot. I don't know how to do a hype train. This is a brand new experience for me. Alright. Brungo's probably not here anymore, unfortunately. You'll never sub, you'll never make it uncomfortable. Thank goodness. He's probably talking about Outer Wilds too. Probably. He always talks about Outer Wilds. There is very little that I can say about this game, because this is one that I think everyone should play, but they should go into it with as little information as possible. Because the more you know about this game, the less of it you get to do. Because once you know the solution to this game, that's it. You can literally never play this game again once you've beaten it. So, by that qualification, I shouldn't put it any higher than, like, I can't put it in we'll play again, because I'm not gonna play it again. But this game is just below Hollow Knight for me. Oh my god. This game it was the first game that I streamed. This one was, like, highly recommended by Metronome. So I went into it, not knowing anything about it. This game there's nothing like this game. You know a cult when you're being enticed into a cult? Honestly, if you peruse the Outer Wilds subreddit for any amount of time, it's just people being like, just gushing about how much they love this game. And being sad that they can't play it again, so the only way they can relive the experience of Outer Wilds is to watch other people play it. How difficult is it to figure out? It's pretty obtuse. Like, it's a puzzle game, and the main way that you figure out puzzles is by exploring places and, like, gathering context clues that will help you figure things out in other places. Trial and error, kind of. Well, no. Trial and error implies that, like, you can't, like, you need to do something or get it wrong. It's just, yeah. What did I call you? I don't know. Probably something bad and silly. I don't know. This game's, in my opinion, I don't think this game is, there's nothing wrong with this game. It has DLC as well. I will say, I didn't enjoy the DLC as much as the base game, but it's also fantastic. You want to play it so you'll still be friends with me? Okay. That is a prerequisite. But yes, I can't recommend this game enough. Thank you. Yeah, I cannot recommend this game enough. It is... There's nothing like it. It's so good. And that's all I can really say about it. You have to what? You have to play it! You have to. Alright, Papers, Please. Yo, Avery! Thank you. Alright, Papers, Please. This game is made by the same person who made Return of the Obra Dinn. Shane Grillo. Papers, Please. This game was awesome. I don't think it's as good as Return of the Obra Dinn. But I do see myself playing this game again. The hype train is completed at level 4. Yo, I got an emote for hitting level 3 hype train? What is this? Sick. Now where does Paper Please land for me? Because, like, this was also such a unique experience. Because, like, it's so different than, like, anything else. It's like a puzzle game, but it's it's telling like the super it's telling like this story of like bureaucracy and like political or like government overreaching and stuff, and but it's also like a little bit silly, and it's super stressful. It's bureaucracy simulator. Like they just sit you in a chair, they make you just like rifle through papers, and they give you like such a small amount of time to do it, and you need to do it quickly because you get paid based on how much you do. But they also introduce the idea of like you can just arrest people and you'll get paid for doing that, so it like corrupts you. But you're like, I'm doing it for my kid, and you get super invested in this game. It just fucks with your mind. Yeah, this game rules. Did I like it more than Dark Souls 3 and Dark Souls 2? Yeah, honestly. Did I like it more than Blasphemous? Such cute topics. Yeah, we love bureaucracy. Uh-oh. Are we done? No. Keep the sounds going, baby. Yeah, I think that's where I put Papers, Please. Papers, Please is super good. Paper Mario, The Thousand-Year Door. This was the third game that I streamed. This is one that I have played so many times. And this was also, like, a big part of my childhood. Like, this was one that I just, like, wanted to play. And I did a challenge run for myself on it to, try and like make it more difficult, because it's not a super hard game. This game is in fact getting a remaster, which they announced like a month ago, which, you know, kind of wish that I had waited a bit, but that's fine. So when I did my playthrough of Paper Mario, I didn't upgrade my HP stat. I didn't upgrade my flower point stat, which is like your magic points. And I only upgraded my badge points, which, like, are things that you can equip to Mario that lets him, like, do more stuff. But I never allowed myself to use more than 3 of them, which is the amount that you get at the very beginning of the game. So I basically, like, did a level 1 run of the game. And that was a lot of fun. Because it required me to implement some different tactics in order to get through it, which, to be fair, it wasn't particularly hard up until the very end. Like, the last chapter of the game where you have, like, this giant boss gauntlet with, like, enemies that can one-shot you and stuff, and it's like, uh-oh. That's when it got real hard. But yeah, the Paper Mario is a all-timer for me. I think it goes there. Crosscodes is an all-timer. I like Crosscodes more. I think that's what cemented it for me. Okay. Patrick's Parabox. This is a puzzle game where you play as a little box that can push other boxes. And it starts out super simple with you just, like, putting your wife in all-timer. Crosscode was very good. So it starts out super simple with this game where you basically are asked to move a block into a open space using your character. But then they build on the mechanic where the main thing that this game does is that you can go inside of other blocks if there's, like, openings inside of them. And they start to do, like, some very wacky, thinky stuff with it. And, this was one that I would, like, only play for, like, an hour or 2 at a time at the end of, like, other games. It was just, like, a palate cleanser, make you think type deal. This was a very good puzzle game. The thing is, like, with a lot of puzzle games, like, once you know the solution, you're probably not going to play it again. So I think this just ends up in a must-play for me. I think probably around there. It's very good, though. Like, if you have any kind of, like, tendency to do or if you have like a want to do puzzle games, this is one that I would recommend highly. All right, Pony Island. This is this is the game made by the guy who did Inscription prior to Inscription. Dog. Okay. I'm trying to remember anything about Pony Island. I'm so sorry, Nick. I can't remember what happens in this game. I know that you control a pony a bunch. And it's like... It's made by the Inscription guy, so it like goes off the deep end and just like weird shit. Because that's just like MO. I didn't hate it. I remember I had a good time with it. But I cannot remember anything about it. So, I'm gonna put it in fun experience. You do shoot a rainbow laser, that's true. I remember I had a good time with it. But if it didn't leave enough of an impression on me to be able to remember fucking anything about it. It goes in fun experience. This one was, yeah, that was a Nick recommendation. This next one is also a Nick recommendation. This is one of the 2 games that I have streamed that I dropped. So that should be pretty telling of how I feel about it. So, like, I played 3 hours of this game. I got so bored so quickly with this game. It was just like, go into an arena, fire some guns at some enemies, go into another arena, fire some guns at some enemies. Oh, here's a new gameplay style. You're on a motorcycle, fire guns at enemies. Oh, you're in a spaceship, fire your guns at enemies. That's like, it felt like the same thing over and over and over and over. I wanted to give it the benefit of the doubt, but after 3 hours, it just felt like there was nothing there for me, man. I'm so sorry. This one I felt bad about, because, like, Nick clearly likes this game a lot, and I just could not get into it. Luckily, I gave it... We spun the wheel again. I tried to make it up to them. I'm sorry. So yeah, that was what my experience with Ratchet & Clank Deadlock boiled down to, is that I picked it up, I enjoyed the dialogue for a bit, but the gameplay itself just did not captivate me in any way. You have your own tier. Yeah, the dog water tier. Shadow of the Colossus is a... God. I mean, it's got... It's an all-timer. Is it frog water because of frog fractions? Good question. Yeah. I think that's where I want to put Shadow of the Colossus. Like, playing through this game again, it was just... Can you change your frog water? Okay. There you go. Just like... It reminded me of just how different this game was to, like, everything else that came out around it. Just... The atmosphere to this game is fantastic. The minimalist approach to the world design of just, like, you gotta go from one place to another. There's just expanses of nothing, but, like, they have extra things there. It's, like, a sad, solemn game at its, like, core. This is the only game from these developers that I've played. I haven't played Ico, and I haven't played The Last Guardian. But I want to play both of them. And I'm pretty sure I will on stream. Because I've heard nothing but good things. The ending's fucked. Yeah, the ending's super fucked. Like, it's not a happy ending. Yeah. I feel good about that placement for it. Like, I came back to it again. I'll probably come back to it later. Return of the Obra Dinn. So this is, like I said, made by the same guy who made Papers, Please. This is the only game that I have found that has elicited the same kind of feelings out of me as Outer Wilds did. Now, they're very, very different from each other, but they have, there's like this sense of like, oh, when you figure it out, because this is like also a puzzle game where you're playing as like this inspector who's like exploring this abandoned I solved the game. Yeah, we got everything in this game. And yeah, similar to Outer Wilds, once you know the solution, that's kind of it. Because, like, your job as this inspector going onto this abandoned ship that's washed up at a pier is to identify all the people that were on the ship last. But everyone's dead, so how do you do that? It's revealed very early on that, like, if you come across the remains of someone, you then can, like, use this magical wristwatch, or stopwatch, pocket watch, to go back to the moment of their death. And you can, like, see everything that was transpiring at that exact moment in, like, this still image that you can, like, walk around and explore. And there's, like, God, I can't remember exactly how many passengers there were on the boat. It's like it's like around 60-ish. And there's a good number of them that's like super easy to solve. But then there's a bunch of people that like are never in the back, like only have like maybe one scene that they're involved in. They might not even be involved in any scene, and you just need to use like context clues for things that like are in the background. It's like, for example, there's like, oh, there's a hammock over here that has this one particular identifying object on it. And if I go to a different scene with this background character that I'm trying to figure the identity of, oh shit, there's that thing that was on his hammock. And the hammock is numbered, so I can use the number of his hammock to figure out the identity of this person based off of this like ledger at an entirely different point in the game. It's all just like, oh, it's so good, because it's all just, like, deduction. The entire game is just pure deduction. And it has, like, some really smart ones, too. Like, the leading up to the moment of the character's death, you'll get, like, a little excerpt of, like, the dialogue that's going on. But it's, like, completely blacked out. All you can hear is, like, the dialogue, and it's, like, written out. But there are characters that are, like, they're foreign, they have accents, and you can, like, if you can identify their accent from, like, their voice lines, you can use that as a way to, like, figure out which character is which based on, like, where they were born inside of, like, your dossier that shows, like, the names of all the people that were on board. And it's so good. It's so good. I cannot recommend this game enough. This game was fantastic. It was hard as balls, too. Like, there was some of it that was just, like, took, like, some real maneuvering to figure out. Where does this end up? We talking about Ultimate Ghosts and Goblins? Soon! It's the second to last game on the list. God. I didn't... Alright. I'm putting it there. This game was so good. Shovel Knight and all of its accompanying DLC characters. This is a indie darling, and for good reason. Fun game. I had never played it before. This was my first time going through them. I think I've played more games in 1 year than you have in your life. I am a gamer. I do the games. Here's the thing. I think this game is very good. I think people should play it. I don't see myself ever coming back to Shovel Knight a second time. I think it's just a must-play. Too bad. You had enough of me. You heard enough of me whining about Dark Souls 3 once tonight already. You don't need it again. I'll put Shovel Knight at the top of must play. The game's quite fun, but I don't really feel the urge to go back and play it another time. I've had enough of you! That's right, Poncho. Enough of you. Probably. Yeah. Please repeat? No. You can watch the VOD. It was like probably a good 20-minute rant of like all the BS that I experienced in my first playthrough of Dark Souls 3. But I'm sure that if I go... I said it then. I plan on playing it again, and I'm hoping that I have a different experience the second time. I just learned English. Please say it again. N64 lives right there with Banjo-Kazooie. Or... Star Fox 64 lives there with Banjo-Kazooie for me. This is just like an infinitely replayable game. It's just designed to be played over and over again. And it's so easy to pick up, do a playthrough of Star Fox 64. Because it takes like an hour. And it's just... This game's iconic. The voice lines, everyone knows the fucking voice lines of Star Fox 64. You gotta do the barrel roll. And, oh, Fox, get this guy off me! Just, this game was childhood. And I know I'll play it again at some point. But it doesn't quite make it up to all-timers to me. Solar Ash. So, this game had a very unique art style. Like, very, very unique. You played as, like, this polygonal, girl-type character that was tasked with, like, running around specific areas of the map, and, like, you would find certain points on the map that would, like, be incursion points, and once you hit all the ones in a certain area... Well, like... You're a gamer, alright. Well, she's, like, female presenting, but, like, that's just not really... She's, like, robotic. It's hard to explain. Which is why I fucked it up so bad, Dimmy-Doo. But yeah, Solar, like... So yeah, you go... There's, like, different levels that you unlock as you work through the game, and... You have to, like, do platforming challenges to find certain incursion points. And once you've found all of them, it unlocks... But is she 6 feet tall? Probably? The thing is, like, every enemy in this game is gigantic, so the size of scale is just, like, whatever. Because once you find all the incursion points, you basically summon, like, these Shadow of the Colossus-ass gigantic beings that you have to scale. But, like, rather than, like, a slow, meticulous climb... Your character, like, skates around like Shadow the Hedgehog or something. And you have to, like, hit these, like, nodes on these giant creatures' bodies as you're, like, going as fast as possible, platforming over the surface of their body. So it's, like, also, like, there's a bit of, like, a rhythm timing thing to it as well. Does she make 3.5k? She's a girl boss, yeah. Good for her, you know? This game was unique. It was very unique. It had like a decent amount of jank in it though. Like it felt like I was struggling against the controls a lot with this one. But it was fun. I think this one ends up in fun experience for me. She slay. It's probably at the bottom of fun experience, honestly. Sekiro is my favorite FromSoft game that I have played. I think it goes right there. I loved Sekiro. Oh, did this game feel good to get good at? So, like, my first playthrough of this game, I got my ass kicked. Like, you get to... Okami, oh! Like, I got to... God... Names are beginning to respect. Looks like someone didn't block. Oof. I got... So, like... There was the first boss... The first real roadblock in the game was... No, even a hard game. Well, I mean... So, like... I got my ass kicked by a lot of the bosses in this game. Like, there was the Guardian Ape that took me, like, 3 hours to beat the first time. There was, your main rival in the game that, like, can grab lightning and throw it at you. That one took me a long-ass time. That was probably the one that I died to the most. There was the fucking Demon of Hatred at the end of the game. That one... Genichiro, thank you. There was the Demon of Hatred, which is probably my least terrifying in the game because it's a Dark Souls boss inside of a game that does not have Dark Souls mechanics. So it just kind of felt like I didn't have a whole lot of control over that fight. There's a good clip of me for this one. And Sword State Ishin is probably my favorite final boss in any of these games. This one... I had to play through twice, initially, because there's, like, a branching path at a decision point, like, semi-late into the game that has 3 bosses, like, locked behind it. So I had to, like, play through the game again to get to those points so I could show those bosses. And what I noticed in my second playthrough is that I was not struggling nearly as much with the bosses. So then I decided, hey... I wonder if I could beat this game in one stream. And then I did. I sat down one Saturday and I streamed New Game Plus from the beginning right up until beating Sword State Ishin. You think I might have enjoyed Demon of Hatred if I did a lot more of the prosthetic tools? The fight is built to be a whole lot easier using those. I mean, I had the one prosthetic tool that was like the whistle that basically stunned the Demon of Hatred for a bit. And also, like, from my understanding, there's, like, one of the umbrellas that block fire damage. But the thing is, like, that shit requires grinding, and I just could not be fucked, man. Like, I despise grinding. 1,000-Year Door, up there, baby! But yeah, Sekiro, I adored that game. I'm looking forward to playing it again. Like, yeah, this game just feels so fucking good, man. Like, when I did my third playthrough where I was, like, beating every boss in the first attempt and just, like, wrecking house, it felt so good. So yeah, Sekiro, my favorite of the FromSoft games. Stray, also known as Cat Game. I played this one very early on into my streaming as well. Yeah, this is just a cute, fun little game. I don't think it's a must-play or anything, but it's like, it's gorgeous. The amount of detail that they put into this game is wild. And also you play as a cat, and you have a dedicated meow button, and you have the ability to, like, knead things. You can, like, make dough, and that's great. You can knock stuff off of, like, countertops? What's not to love? Honestly, no, it's not a must-play. But this game's great. How cat-like. You are a cat. You play cat. You do cat. It's so good. If you like cat, you'll like Stray. But this game is like very short. It took me like 6 hours to beat this game, which I was not expecting going into it, because it looks like it would be a game that would be bigger than that. But it also has like, can I knock it? Yes, you can. That's like one of the early puzzles in the game, is that you need to knock shit off of a shelf. 10 out of 10 game. It also has like weirdly like horror elements inside of it that just kind of come out of nowhere and then also just disappear. It's weird. It's a good game. It was a fun time. All right. Subnautica. This one was a viewer suggestion from, well, kinda. So like, I had always wanted to check out Subnautica, and Counterfeit like put so many channel points into the raffle for this one. And what I came to learn as I played through Subnautica, because there were a lot of things about it that I liked. Like, I think the narrative was good. I think the exploration part of the game was fun. I did not care for all the resource collecting. And like, I understand that's like the main mechanic of the game, but it was as I was playing this game that I'm like, maybe I just don't like this style of gameplay. Because I fell out of Minecraft fairly quickly. I fell out of Terraria fairly quickly. Just going around collecting things so that you can build things that'll let you build another thing so that you can explore further is like, it's fine. I get the I can understand the appeal of that as you're like slowly building up towards something. But yeah, the fact that your progress is tied to like gathering resources gets tedious. And what made me drop this game was that like I spent a long ass time like gathering the resources necessary to build like this big ass submarine that was gonna let me like explore deeper into the ocean. And the first time I took it on, like on its maiden voyage, I just like went the wrong way because the mechanics of it were like not like super intuitive right away, and I went off into the void and got attacked by like the giant sea monsters, and they immediately destroyed my submarine, deleting all that progress that I made. And I was like, nope, I don't want to go through all the trouble of gathering all the resources to build that again. I just don't have the want to do that. I can recognize that this is a good game that's well made, but for me, it ends up in the same kind of space as Dead Space. I'm a genius. Yeah, I did it. I crushed it. In that, I recognize that it's a good game, but I don't think it's for me. That might be a little too low, though. Like, it's definitely better than these. I think it's at the top of resounding meh. But, I mean, I dropped the game, so that should be enough of an indicator that I wasn't having the most fun time with it. So, there's that. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. The Grand Pappy of all the Metroidvanias. Finally got the chance to play that relatively recently. And I get it. This game was so far ahead of its time. Like, this is a PlayStation era game. The sprite work in it is very, very well done. Blasphemous 3 is super. Yeah, exactly. Like, Blasphemous would not exist if it wasn't for this game. Hollow Knight wouldn't exist if it wasn't for this game. There's a lot of respect you gotta put on something like this. It was so forward-thinking in its level design. it was just so good. Like, yes, this was like they took Super Metroid and they're like, well, we'll do that too, but with like a vampire twist. But like, it was so well done that I don't know if am I gonna play this game again? I don't think I will, only because I think there have games that are descendants of it that have taken what this game had put the groundwork for and built upon it and like reiterated it and like refined it. Because like there is a lot of like jank inside of this still, and like some fairly obtuse, non-intuitive stuff, which is like fine. That's like kind of comes with the territory. But I do think this game is absolutely a must-play if you're any kind of fan of the genre. But I can't see myself replaying this one before I replay either of the Blasphemous games or Hollow Knight or anything like that, right? So, I really, really enjoyed this game. I'm glad I played it. All the respect in the world to what it was for the genre and what it led to, because, I mean, this is my favorite game of all time. I got this to thank for it. Alright, The Messenger. This was a action platforming game that was recommended by Sneeze, but we like to say that Brungo was the one that won the raffle and got me to play it. So, you play as a ninja, and you're basically like trying to get to the end of the game through various levels with like bosses. You're fairly mobile. There's like new mechanics that get introduced as it goes on. There's a twist at like the halfway point of the game where like you think you get to the end. You're under the impression that it's like been a platformer the whole time. Like a Ghosts and Goblins type, honestly. But then, surprise, it's actually a Metroidvania. And that's super cool. And then it introduces like this unique time-shifting mechanic that jumps between like 8-bit and 16-bit. And that's super cool. And then it has like additional movement upgrades that get unlocked. And that like really recontextualizes a lot of the level design. Because, like, your first playthrough, it's intended to be, like, platforming challenges, but then you unlock the ability to, like, avoid a lot of those challenges when you're in the Metroidvania part of the game, and that's really smart. I do have a couple of gripes with this game, though. Navigating through it is a bit of a hassle, just because, like, there's no good fast travel method in this game. It's like, there exists some fast travel points, but you can never fast travel back to, like, a save point or something, which would completely eliminate this gripe. Because, like, there were too many times that I had to, like, teleport around the map to a certain point and then still spend a long-ass time getting to another part of the map. And that, when you have to do a lot of backtracking, which the second half of this game has got a decent amount of, you are doing a ton of it. And replaying the same sections over and over and over and over as you're, like, trying to figure out everything that you need to do. And that can be a lot, and it was a little bit tedious. But, the 8-bit and 16-bit graphics were great. It had a soundtrack that had different versions of the song depending on what era of the game you're in. So it was, like, it would be more chiptune if you were 8-bit, and then it would have like an expanded sound file for when it was like 16-bit, and that was a really cool touch. There's a lot to like about this game. I don't think I'm going to play it again, though. I think this one ends up... I do think it's a must-play. I think I like Dave the Diver more, though. Yeah, that's where I'm gonna put The Messenger. Tears of the Kingdom. Okay. The most recent Zelda game. Prior to this game coming out, I always said that I was saying that Breath of the Wild was my favorite Zelda game of all time. I thought Breath of the Wild was such a shot in the arm for the series. It did a lot of unique things that inspired a whole lot of games that came after it. It was arguably, next to Ocarina of Time and like the original Zelda, one of the the most important Zelda games to come out. Hydrate, thank you. That being said, I think Tears of the Kingdom is just a much, much better Breath of the Wild. It took everything that made Breath of the Wild good, and it built upon it, and refined it, and made it better. It still has... The main argument that I've heard lauded against Tears of the Kingdom is that, oh, it's just glorified DLC. It's like, I mean, if you can count a game that takes like 100 hours to beat as DLC, then I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You're wrong. That's a whole ass new game. Yes, it took like the same map, but like they changed so much of the stuff that's included in that map. And also, it takes place in this, like, the narrative of the game is in the same world. So, like, why would they change the map? I don't know, man. It's a complaint that doesn't make sense to me, personally. And also, like, they added a giant underground area, and they added the sky, which are also just 2 more areas to explore that basically double the size of the map. And caves that are, like, added all over the place that you can explore, and just continuations of all these characters that you learned that you met in the first game that have like now more things going on. It's good. This game is just very, very good. It felt fun to explore. The new mechanics, like the magnetism that lets you like stick things together, just basically breaks the game wide open, and that's awesome. Like, the abilities that you have in this game are basically just like a debug toolkit, which is so cool. I am comfortable in saying that this is my favorite Zelda game. And Zelda is, without a doubt, my favorite franchise of all time. Now, the question is, where do I put it in the all-timers list? Because I do think I like Hollow Knight more. And I think I like Outer Wilds more. It's a question of... It's like comparing against like these titans of games. I'm positive I like it more than Ragnarok. Now, I guess like Elden Ring's probably the comparison point, right? Because there's a whole lot of similarities to be found between Elden Ring and Zelda and Tears of the Kingdom. I think it ends up above Elden Ring for me. But it's so close. It's so close. Feeds and snack. I think that's where I would put it. But, like, this game's great. This game's so good. The people who talk shit about Tears of the Kingdom, I think, are just wrong. God. Is Oberdin too high? No. Like, these games up here, man. People who say Breath of the Wild are better are high. Oberdin's not too high. I know, it's like, I'm looking at it, and I'm like, these games at the top here are just so unique and creative and just absolutely crush what they're setting out to do. You prefer Breath of the Wild? Well, snacks. You're gonna make Nick mad at you, I'm pretty sure. Alright, the most recent game that I have completed. The Last Campfire. Can we talk about how wild it is that there were 12 gifted subs handed out and Snacks didn't get a single one of them? That's actually really funny. Anyway, The Last Campfire. Yeah, you're sub now. Welcome. So this was a very cute little puzzle game that was recommended by Zelda. Because there was a bunch of... She was kind enough to link me to a... bundle with a bunch of, like, small indie puzzle games. Zeldykins. You may recognize them from the Zeldykins in chat. It wasn't a particularly difficult puzzle game, but it had such, like, a mellow vibe to it, and the story of it was very... very cute, and also a little... Oh, it's the one that's 2 above you in chat, Snacks. The one that's 3 above you in chat, Nick. Oh. It's you, Zeldy. So, I'm trying to figure out where I would place this game. Because typically when I play my puzzle games, I like them to be pretty tough. But I don't think that's exactly what this game was going for. It was prioritizing more just, like, a comforting vibe of an experience. The lady that narrates the game has just, like, this super soft tone to her voice that's, like, very relaxing. And just, like, kind of puts you in a good mood. It's definitely just a good vibes game. And it has like a pretty good message at the end of it, which is just like, it's not about the journey, it's the destination. It's like, what's important is, like, even if you fail, what's important is that you tried. And that's like, it's just a good message to reinforce. And it also, like, emphasizes these points of, like, relying on other people isn't necessarily a bad thing, but also, like, making yourself available to help other people is a good thing, but also understanding that there are some people that don't want help is also a thing to recognize. And, like, that's good stuff, man. That's good stuff. And also wide, sour lemon grab. Of course. Am I gonna rate Persona 5 Royal? No, because I'm still playing it. That one will appear on next year's sub-tier list, but I'll give you a little taste of it, Nebby. It will be an all-timer. It has to be if it's a 120-hour-long game that I'm willing to go through a second time. I think The Last Campfire is a fun experience. I would put it around there. I had a very good time with it. But I don't necessarily think it's a must-play. I had a great time with it, though. Rate this! That's 1 wide sour lemon out of 1 wide sour lemon. Ugh. Twilight Princess. It's just occurring to me that this is, like, the only traditional Zelda game that I've played on here. When am I playing Wind Waker? Soon, probably. I mean, Twilight Princess is great. I will likely play it again. Like, I've played Twilight Princess, like, multiple times. Like, 6 times, I think. Traditional. I think it's there for me. I mean, I love Zelda games. I've played all the 3D ones, like, multiple times. but it doesn't compare. I think it's not my favorite of even like the actual 3D Zeldas, like the non Breath of the Wild 3Ds. Like I like Wind Waker more than Twilight Princess. It's like I like Majora's Mask more than Twilight Princess. And it's like on roughly the same level as Ocarina of Time for me. So yeah, I don't know. What's there to say? It's a Zelda game. You know if you'll like it or if you don't. I appreciate the slightly darker tones. Midna is the best companion character in any of the Zelda games. The internet would probably agree with that based on the internet's tendencies. This is one that got a lot of hate, and then now it's like gone back down. She's the best just from the waist down. Yeah, because she's got a dumpy. You've seen her get railed? I mean, if you're on the internet for any amount of time, I think it's just kind of an inevitability, right? People look at Midna and they're like, ah, it's a short stack. And I've seen too many people who are like, oh man, Gremlin Midna's better than the retransform Midna. I'm like, what is happening? Wait, who? Midna. Also, Link was a dog that game. That's true! Oh. See, that's the O of someone who has also seen Midna get railed. Or is that the oh, I don't know what's happening. I'm a Sith. We're talking about the little imp with the dumpy. Yep. It's true. You're a little baby. I'm sorry. Everyone, we gotta tone it back just a little bit. Just a little bit for snacks. They're baby. Alright. Ultra Kill. The Super Sneeze Special. The game that he devoted himself to getting me to play for so long. And it was good. it was a good game. My main gripe with Ultra Kill is that the first boss was way too hard compared to your skill level at that point in the game. And it took me so long to beat. But once I beat him, I then understood the mechanics of the game. And on my second attempt at him, I beat him on the second try. So, whatever. You were there live when Pheasex was making a red light district and shithole called Shrek's Shack. No, that's the thing, like, no, I think I am totally valid in saying that, like, having a enemy that difficult that early in the game is, like, a detriment to the game. Did you ever realize you can parry your own gunshot? Yes. Yes, I was punching my own bullets by the end of the game. Did you, yes, and, like, I think that, like, it would have been better just slightly later in the game. I am fine with it now, but in the moment, it was frustrating. Like, I think there are probably a bunch of people who just dropped the game because it was, like, such a steep spike in difficulty. That's not to say that, like, I'm gonna play this game again. It's a ton of fun. It was a ton of fun. And, like, when the next section of it comes out, did I parry the big-ass fist? I never parried the fist, no. I just avoided it and attacked the hands. I beat the final boss on the first attempt, though. So I'm pretty happy with that result. I think I would put it... Putting it above Dark Souls? I don't think that's right. I didn't even like I didn't really understand the parry mechanic at that point of the game yet. Dimidu is the thing. Like I didn't start using parrying until later, when I like understood how it really worked. I think I'll put it at the bottom of Will Play Again, because whenever the third chapter for this game comes out, I'm absolutely gonna play it. And then, like, I can see the appeal of wanting to do more of Ultra Kill. Like, getting better at it and, like, refining it. And there's also a bunch of hidden stuff inside of the game as well that you can look for, which is cool. I had a good time with Ultra Kill. Yakuza 0. What a fever dream of a game. Oh my god, Yakuza 0. Honestly? Yeah, like... It's like... I'm not gonna play it again, because it's so long and so narrative focused that I'm probably not gonna play it a second time. But I like it more than like the games in Must Play. Okay, I need to figure out where this is gonna go. I liked it more than... Do you think it's below? I think you're right. I think you're right. This is the... It's the Dame Dame tier. And Yakuza 0 goes right there. Yeah.
For real?
Yakuza is its own fucking tentacled beast of a game. I had so much fun playing it. I'm genuinely looking forward to the sequels so much. This game was just batshit insane. Like, all of the side quests were just balls to the wall nonsense, where Kiryu just is the straight man in these wild situations. Or Majime is like... God. This game ruled. And then, like, the main story is just, like, these hard-boiled criminals with, like, hearts of gold going up against the system and beating everything down with their fists. And it was so good. It was so good. Hard-boiled eggs. Well, no, because if it was eggs, they'd be in the frog water tier. Yeah. Yeah, Yakuza great. I fully look forward to it. What? Huh? You live egg. You are egg. So yeah, you can expect more playthroughs through the Yakuza games in the future. Alright. Ultimate Ghosts and Goblins is absolutely the worst game that I played in the last year. Holy shit. Holy shit. Fuck this game. Oh. This is... You think I liked it? Oh, did I? This one was from one Grandmaster Poncho, who secretly hates me and wants me to suffer. And I will eat 100 pizzas before playing Ghosts and Goblins again. It's not even close. Oh, God. Oh, God. It was, like, I couldn't imagine trying to beat this game without save states. There's, like, no chance. Like, at the beginning of my playthrough of it, I was trying to, like... I would only use save states when I got to the beginning of another level. But by the time I got to, like, the last level, I'm literally just, like, save stating, like, every 2 seconds. The wholesome boy can hate things. Oh, I hated this game. This is a weird way of telling us that you like dog water. Uh-huh. It's just, you have, your character has barely any controls to him. They throw weapons at you that, like, change up your attack patterns, and some of them are just terrible, and if you pick them up by accident, then you're just fucked. There's, like, one boss that just has perfect, like, can predict your movements, and has 0 frame responses to it. Yeah, input tracking boss is so wild. That boss fight in particular, where it's just like, oh, if you do anything, this boss knows how to counter it perfectly. Why do you like this, Snacks? Why do you like this? And then I got to the end. And the game's like, oh, good. Oh, good. You've made it to the final door that's blocking the final boss after doing a 4-boss gauntlet. Hooray! Did you collect the 80 medallions in the game? No? You've got 5? Well, go back to the beginning and get them all. And I'm like, nope, absolutely not. The game is over. The game ends here. This is a abysmally bad game. I hate it with every fiber of my being. Your stomach allergies hate pizza, so you understand. I'm so sorry that you can't have pizza. Even though you had pizza yesterday. Did you not? Alright. Lastly, we got Tunic. The worst game you played so far. Yeah, I think I said on stream that April Fools, I plan on playing just like a truly awful game. I think we have like Superman 64 as a suggestion, or Lion King on the Sega Genesis is one. We got time. Jump King Cheer. No! Nick, you can add that one to the pile, please. Along with the suggestion that Sneeze gave earlier for Miitopia. But you love platforming. I do love platforming. You're right. I can't wait to play Jump King. I should clip that no for a channel redeem. Should I? Should I? Oh... You don't remember Lion King being awful, just difficult, but then again, all I remember about Lion King is just dying on the second stage over and 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 never getting past it. Jump King is literally a baby game and has super controls. It was made for you then, right, Snacks? Because you baby. When are you streaming Jump King? Celeste is easy, man. Dread's playing Jump. Yeah, because you can control your character in Celeste. Also, I didn't even say Celeste was easy. You're making up a quote. You already streamed it. Nice. Never mind. I can get shit on. You think my ball just beat Jump King in like an hour and be like, wow, what's the big deal? Why is everyone losing their mind? Let's talk about Tunic. Tunic is a isometric... it's got like a Zelda-esque style. You believe Brungo would be a fucking great month of junking? Oh, man. Yeah, there's no doubt. In regard to your pizza eating, life is too short to not eat pizza. Thus, you try to find pizza within your tolerance limit. That's good. It's very... I'm happy for you, Zelda. Alright, so Tunic... Yeah, it starts as like an isometric Zelda-esque type deal with like some Dark Souls sprinkled in there. And it has like this very charming, like... How would you put it? Like diorama kind of style to its appearance. And it's really good. It's really good. And then there's like a turn. You like this format of a yearly roundup also marks the anniversary. It's sort of third period. Yeah, like this is... I thought this was a good idea. To just be like, hey, let's just kind of reminisce about all these things, you know? Fucking free is how you'd put it? Okay. TBISN. What is TBISN? I feel like I'm being lured into a trap here. So Tunic is very good, and then about halfway through the game, there's like this twist reveal. This guy, this Gus, this good. The pussy is so nice. That could be it. That could be it. A solid guess. And the twist completely flips the game on its head. And it's just, ooh. Ooh. It has like this, it's so good. It's so unique. It has like this hidden language in the game that like, you don't understand. But you can like piece together some things using it, which is super cool. And it like has an in-game game manual that you have to utilize in order to get like the true secret ending of the game, and it's so good. Yeah, Tunic is an all-timer. Unfortunately, it's another one of those games that like once you know it, I don't know if you can do it again. That might not be true. It has like enough else going on outside of the puzzle mechanics. But this is another one that like you would have a lot of fun. To be inexplicably super nonchalant. That's the one. That's clearly it. I think I put it below Crosscodes, though. A very obvious abbreviation. Yes! So, what I've learned in my first year of streaming, now that we've got this all settled out, is that I've played a lot of really good games. Which means I'm worried about the next year. Because, uh-oh, we've already kind of knocked out a lot of really good ones. It's all downhill from here. That's not true. I got a bunch of Yakuzas to play. And at the very least, they'll end up in Dame Dame tier. Yeah, we played all the good games. Every last one. Oh, Nick, did you, when you were updating the suggestion thing, I think I forgot to put Ghost of Tsushima in there from when Zavis suggested it recently. Yeah. So I gotta make sure to put that in there as well. You feel like that happened to Sour? I got you one more amazing game, boyo. Oh, Hades 2, that's true. We also got the other games by that studio. This year, Reverse Pyramid. Next year, nothing but Frog Water games. Alright. Oh boy. Do I feel good about this list? Yes, I think I do. You can try Frog Fraction with Hat DLC. You love Frog Water. Yeah, I have the sneaking suspicion that people are not going to be as kind with their game redemptions in the next year, and I'm going to end up playing just so many awful games, because Snacks is going to troll, and Poncho is going to troll, and Nick's going to troll, and Zeldy might get in on the troll train, who knows. Also, Leah's Lovely Junk, thank you for the raid. Oh my goodness. You showed up just as I had finished ranking all the games that I've played in the last year. When have you ever trolled? Never? Not once? True. Ugh. Man, oh man. Yeah. Man. I'm just thinking about Outer Wilds. Ah, another Ghost of Tsushima. That's 2 Ghosts of Tsushimas. Thank you, Leah. Thank you for the raid. Just commit to the awful game. Should I? Maybe... Yeah, maybe I had it too good this last year, and I just have to do a bunch of awful games to, like, balance out the universe. That could absolutely be the case. Thank you so much for the raid, Leah. Also, it looks like you got a gifted sub. Congratulations. You can now use the highball emotes. 2025 will be lit if you do that. It's true. Yeah, we have 1 year good, 1 year bad. Damn, all these games go crazy. Listen, Outer Wilds is the same kind of one-of-a-kind experience. It's true. I'm literally never playing Ghosts and Goblins again, and I'm not playing Outer Wilds again. You're right. So that means they must be equal. Is that how it goes, huh? Silk Song, Frogwater. Don't put that kind of nonsense out into the universe, please! Cuphead is so rough. I loved Cuphead. Everyone's mad at me for saying that it wasn't as hard as everyone said it was. I'm sorry. The full spectrum. How dare? God damn it. When I went into it, I was expecting a 10 out of 10 game, 10 out of 10 difficulty game. I got like an 8.5. Is what my experience with Cuphead. Did you try to play with 2 people at any point? No. I haven't played Jump King. All I know is that it's one of those games that's designed to just be frustrating. And that doesn't sound fun. Cuphead is at least a game. From my understanding, Jump King is not a game. It's just a miserable experience. I guess you just got good at video game. Yep. I liked Celeste, so I'll like it. No, because I've seen the gameplay of Jump King. It's just hold a space bar to charge up your jump and then jump a certain distance. Celeste actually has gameplay. I'll like it. I like pain more than I like to admit. Maybe. That could be it. Because, I mean, if you look at my top of the list is just like fucking hard game, hard game, hard game, hard game. I have to save the babe? Ah. If Jump King was trans, he would like it. Just say it. Could be my ass. Why do you think he still hangs out with us? It's true. I am a glutton for punishment. Struggle bus are no fun. I do find a lot of fun in difficult games. It's true. This is something that I didn't really realize until I started streaming, when I started pushing my way through like the FromSoft stuff. But yes, difficult is actually a lot of fun. Even though like when you're struggling, you just want to die, but when you overcome it, that like rush of adrenaline that you get, oh baby, I live for that shit. Like I remember when I beat the demon kit or the demon of hatred in Sekiro, I could like feel the adrenaline like coursing through my veins. I was literally like trembling. I was so good. Except when they're baby games like Cuphead, then they C-tier them. It's not even... What are you talking about C-tier? It's at the top of will play... It's like right at the top of I'm gonna play it again. Snacks, you make this stream a house of lies. It's C-tier. See you later, tier. Gaddy. What genres are we looking to play next? So, games that I currently have my eye on. So we're playing Persona 5 Royal, which is going to be, you know, the rest of the year. As someone who has dated many gamers, if you like Cuphead and Celeste, you'll like the challenge Jump King, and your gamer girl won't let you leave it unfinished. You're probably right. Hoping to lurk to make dinner? I have a great stream. Thanks. I'm probably going to be wrapping up fairly soon because we're done with the tier list. And there's not much else I had planned for tonight, but we can discuss the games I'm planning on playing. Yeah, so we got Persona 5 Royal, which is going to take a long-ass time to finish. Liza P, I have my eyes on. Yakuza 1. I got a bunch of Metroidvanias that are sitting in my library right now, so like... hold on, let me pull up my Steam library quick. Lone Fungus, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. We have the Crosscode DLC that we need to worry about. Untitled Goose Game. Because Snacks will literally burn this stream to the ground if I don't play it. You've seen so many gamers fall victim, yourself to the old, I won't like it, and then, alright, I'm fucking beating this. Yeah, it's true. I do kind of stick with things, except for, you know, Subnautica or Deadlocked. Yeah, that's what it was called. What else do I have sitting in my library that needs to be played? There's Haiku the Robot. I have a few puzzle games that I'll probably go through quickly. I have Rain World now, so I might do Rain World at some point. This year, Blasphemous. Next year, Bloodstained. Is there a whole series for it? Okay. You would never. True. You watched a whole friend group go through the Jump King phase. There's that genre of, like, these games are for streamers to suffer to. It's fucking Jump King, it's, Getting Over It, and then there's that new one with, like, the kid that, like, is jumping on top of stuff to, like, try and climb to Jesus or whatever. I don't remember the name. It's like going up or something. I can't remember. But, like, all of them are just games that are designed... Only Up. There it is. It's just all these games that are designed to be infuriating. No, Getting Over It's one of the... I mentioned that one. You're going to struggle, and then you're going to, like, overcome that one part of the game that you were struggling on, and then you're going to fuck up on the next part, and you're going to fall 150 million feet, and you just gotta start over again. AI asset. It got removed from... Oh, it got removed from Steam because it had AI assets? Is that how... Oh, no. Oh, no. What a shame. I guess won't be able to play it. Golly gee gosh darn. What a shame. He removed the assets in question. Ah, okay. So yeah, that was the last year and asterisk plus prior to affiliate, of streams and games that I played. And I gotta admit, this has been like a totally fun experience. Like I was very nervous going into streaming because it was just like, you know, brand new world to jump into. A lot of unknowns. You updated the raffle. Thank you, Nick. A lot of things to learn. A lot of things to, like, buy and set up and, you know, get comfortable in front of a camera. And it's been an absolutely fantastic experience. Like, I've met a lot of very, very cool people. Well, voices on the internet that talk at me. But I consider you people at the end of the day. That have brightened up the rather mundane day-to-day life that I was having in my small town that I live. And I'm glad to have you people as a part of my regular schedule at this point. I'm very much looking forward to what's to come. I plan on doing this for a long-ass time. And I'm looking forward to another year of this. You're climbing in the club right now? Hell yeah, man. Unless anyone else has got any ideas, I think I'm done for today. Let's see who we can raid. We got the Bongo. The Boingo. Start Jump King? No. Puzzle game time? I've only got like 20 minutes left to stream. You said some of those puzzle games were super short, right, Zelda? I could go longer. You're not wrong. I do have tomorrow off, so I could just make this a long-ass stream. Alright, maybe I'll do one of them shorter puzzle games. Sure. Zeldy. Which of the games in that bundle did you say was fairly short again? I've got Garugoa. I got Behind the Frame. Ooh. This one actually grabbed my... Behind the Frame, the art style of this one actually kind of grabbed my attention. It's got a speedrun achievement. Alright, let's do Garugara then. Let's try and bust this one out real quick. Why not? Behind the Frame's also short. I'm kind of feeling this Behind the Frame game. Alright, give me a sec to switch over. Behind the Frame. Silver Lining Studio. Cool. I need to turn off the music that's playing in the background. Alright. Best treat ever. I'm gonna quickly update my stream info as well, since we're here and all. Behind the Frame. There we go. And... Nope. Move me down here. Press anywhere to start. It's super sweet and charming. I mean, the art style alone kind of grabbed me. New chapter, or new game? Sure. Yeah, you know what? You talked me into streaming for X amount of time. One. You can turn subtitles on too. Ooh, are we painting by colors? Where did I paint yellow in my draft? On the bottom and over there. The final draft of the painting I'm going to submit to the New York exhibition. Fingers crossed I get accepted. So
that's it.
Uh-oh. Oh, God. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. I'm gonna fuck up. Oh no. I drafted my work. Okay, okay. Did I fuck up already? I think I did. No, wait. I'm so self-conscious. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. I don't want to fuck up the painting. This is why I don't paint in real life. I can't fix my mistake. Oh, okay. Never mind. Look at her go. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah.
I'm Bob Ross. Look at me go. You were laughing too hard to type. I was so worried. Oh, she's cute. She's heckin' cute. To do. Music, breakfast, resume, coffee, paint! Waifu? I should pick up the paintbrush first. I'm looking! Fine. An old paintbrush. A frequently used paintbrush. It's stained a motley of colors, but it still works great. She's just like me for real. Dropping paintbrushes. Needing coffee. Oh! To do. Music, breakfast, resume, coffee, paint! It contains information about the exhibition and the New York Gallery. Uh-huh. Coffee! I'll make a cup of coffee to help me with my painting. Bam. Nice. And coffee. Oh, full beans? She got the beans. Pour myself a cup. Got that bean juice. Ah, the smell of my coffee. My favorite. Alright, I got coffee. Great. I need music. So is there like a radio around here? Oh, she's got an... Her place is so nice. Oh! Play some music to lift up my spirit. Yes. She kind of looks like Cusco when he's a llama. What? Music, check. Now what should I do? Oh. Oh, now we're vibing. Resume. I've only finished half of my resume. It's time to get the job done. Nice. God, I'm so good at this. It typed out a perfect resume. I don't know why you're shit talking it. Music, breakfast, resume, coffee. I need breakfast. That has to be the worst resume you've ever seen. She's trying her best. Egg. I used to like her, but then she made eggs for breakfast. This game is just you. Nom 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 nom. I don't have eggs for breakfast? No, I don't. I don't like eggs that much if it's the primary focus of the dish. It's just not my favorite. Alright, I've had breakfast, I've had music, I did my resume, I've drank some coffee. Wait, did I even drink my coffee? Oh, okay. Paint. You eat nothing but eggs. Do you not like omelets or like scrambled eggs? Not really, no. I'll do some sketches now. It seems this old man who's always painting never really notices me. Ooh. Guys, it's just that easy to art. Why have you arted today? You would say that I'm missing out, but your IBS disagrees. The old painter who lives across the street, expert in landscape and oil painting, painting constantly, always ignores me, lives all by himself. I wonder what stories he has to tell. He's got a cat. He's got a big cat. The cat is napping in a comfortable position. Sketch cat. Is she simping? No, she's just curious. Old man's old cat. It's a good cat. And then I need to paint. I've already sketched this. Let's try something else. What a gorgeous painting. I think I've seen it somewhere. Is she simping for the cat? Now that's a real question. One of the old man's paintings. I've seen a similar one in my room. Plagiarism. Mine now! Found it. This is the painting that looks similar. But what's different? That. That doesn't seem right. Maybe there's a clue somewhere. Wait. 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 Alright. Bam. So that the painting just opened. Huh? A little inspiration for some sunflowers. Note with a sunflower from Jay. There's a note signed by Jay behind the painting. Who's Jay? I can't recall. It seems the pieces can be put together. Puzzles. Jay? I've seen this pattern before somewhere in the room. Drawing of sunflowers. I can see some sunflowers on the pieces have been put together. Have I seen them somewhere before? Where's my sunflowers? The patterns are identical to those on the drawing. Is there a connection? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, green paint! Now we can paint more of our painting! It is nature's favorite color. It represents the revival of all life. Pog paint!
Alright.
Green paint's delicious. Yeah, it's mint flavored. Found the paint. I should get back to work. Ugh. Satisfying squoit. Okay, okay. Bam. Ba-bam. Your paint's spilling on the canvas! Now it's all wrong!
That's it.
What are the puzzles? I don't know if it's like this game is trying to be particularly difficult in terms of puzzles. This commentary does not fit the vibes. What are you talking about? We're vibe almost. What? Oh, I gotta do that as well. Okay. Stop making sounds for the ASMR paint splooge. What are you talking about? Wait until the next one. I'm gonna go. It's gonna be disgusting. Squinting in the afternoon light. Blah 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 blah. In a sudden rush of inspiration, he takes up his brush and, with renewed energy. Oh, I'm somewhere new now. Turning me down. An orange and white cat is stretching. Time seems to have frozen in this moment. Sketch the cat. An orange. Okay. Sunflowers bloom on a girl's canvas, chasing the nourishment of the sun. His brush strokes cast a faint orange tint of sunlight over the open field. Hydrate! I'm out of water again, Zeldy. I'll be back. Ah. I've returned with agua. Just trying to keep friends hydrated. Okay, thank you. Oh, God. What are the stories behind each painting? What are the stories? Chapter 1, complete. Chapter 2, begin. Looks like something has stepped in the paint. Oh no, the room's a mess. No! No! It contains information about the exhibition in the New York Gallery. Okay. There are yellow footprints in the room. Something must have stepped in the paint. I guess follow the footprints?
Oh.
The cassette player was knocked over. I'll put it back where it was. Oh? Why is there a piece of paper over here? Why is there a piece of paper over here? What? Why is there a piece of paper over here? Play. Whew. Still working. Thank goodness. We need the vibes. Cat. It's a mess over here too. I'll tidy it up before looking for the one who did this. Another piece of paper. What's it doing over here? Here's another one.
All right.
I'll try to put these pieces together. No. They don't fit. Impossible. Wait. I figured it out. I'm a little hungry. Time to make egg and toast. The cocoa must be... I got an achievement for doing overhard egg. Hold on, gotta make sure. Alright, well, maybe a little longer. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Achievements are pretty cute. Whew! That was close. Almost ate a raw egg. Wait, what was that shadow that just rushed past? Cat! My laptop! It's a mess over here, too. Thank goodness the glass was empty, or the laptop would have been damaged.
Right.
You know what? It is a bop. My draft from yesterday is gone and it can't be recovered. Guess I'll have to do it all over again. Dear Barb, hope this letter finds you right. I'm a graphic designer and illustrator. Art has been my passion all my life. Hope you can consider me as one of your contacted artists next year. Thank you. Hello, Barb. I would like a job. Thank you. Goodbye. Oh, my coffee.
All right.
Oh no, where does it fit? Can't quite tell what it is. Seem to be missing one more piece of paper.
Phew.
Well, I mean, since I'm here, I may as well.
Nice.
Coffee's ready. I'll have it later. What about now? Alright, fine. Everything's been put back. Thank goodness the pot wasn't broke. Cat! That's a good cat.
Oh.
The cat just jumped without warning. My heart literally skipped a beat. You haven't seen an ass that fat since I sent Sax the Midna video. True. It's the cat who made a mess of my room. Glad it's not injured. Sketch. The old man and his cat. Oh, it's so sweet. Hope the cat's okay. They look cute together. So cute. The whole time? Ah, that'll really solve it. I think I have also seen this drawing somewhere in my room. Cat. Drawing. If the roles were reversed, wouldn't this game be creepy? Not if... Maybe if it was the old man had a soft smile. Maybe that would help. A novel I read before bed. It gets better. What are you talking about? I'm enjoying myself thoroughly right now. Pedestrians strolling in the dusky city. Where's the cat portrait? Wide vibe. The explorer will explain himself. Gotcha. Gotcha. Sunshine. I must be blind. I'm not. Okay. You aren't colorblind. I don't think I am. I've never had any inclination to think I'm colorblind until this very moment when you bring it up. Drawing a cat on the street. I think I've seen this drawing somewhere in my room. No, I can distinguish green and red from each other. It's fine. It's red. Oh, that's okay. I just wasn't registering that as a thing I could interact with. I thought it was like a book. Okay. Didn't want to be that asshole. No, you can be that asshole. It's fine. Call me out for being dumb and blind. I deserve it. Dear Brr, remember the cat? She gave birth to a kitten. Jay. It's from Jay. Red paint. Tastes like mint. Now it's got to go back to painting. Ooh, look at that. Very good. You'll allow it, thank good. Men are statistically more likely to be colorblind. Don't shame me!
Alright.
Alright, okay. Okay, alright. Maybe I'm just developing colorblindness. You ever consider that? Maybe you're being insensitive. Maybe I have selective colorblindness. The music is so good. The red walls on either side of the alley are littered with lost cat notices. He is about to put another notice up on the wall. Oh! Cat! The cat rolls on the ground, begging to be pet. It has not noticed its owner's worried face. He stops and watches the orange blur running towards him. The girl smiles as she watches the lost cat she found running back towards its owner. This is where they met. I wonder what happens afterwards. Plink 182. Ooh, but it's so wide, though. That's a wide plink. Turning point. God, I can't wait to find blue, the tastiest of paint colors. You recommend this game, and I'm the one being attacked for checking if you have trouble with seeing certain colors? Yeah. I'm insecure, so I have to lash out.
Ooh.
I love the rhythm of the raindrops as they accompany the music.
Oh.
Then it is time to fill my stomach with egg and toast. Imagine having the same breakfast 3 days in a row. Hold on. More. Can I toast the toast more? No. Hum yum yum yum. Turned on my laptop as usual, but my files are gone again. Dear Barb, hope this letter finds you right. I'm a graphic designer and illustrator. Art has been my passion all my life. Hope you can consider me as one of your contacted artists next year. Thank you. I'll make myself a cup of coffee first. Don't feel like thinking about it. Oh god, every day's the same! Good night, Neek. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, too, by the way. I appreciate the heck out of you, my dude.
Oh.
This is the first time it's rained since I moved here. Is the old man sick? God, if this old man dies, I'm gonna ban Zelda from my chat. Is he sick? He's got a... Oh no, he's got a bag. Where's the cat? The painting he's staring at, I think I've seen it somewhere. Where's the cat? If the cat dies, Nick gets banned from the chat too. Won't get banned. Time to start culling those followers down. I got too many of them. I'm sure I've seen this painting somewhere. The first time you wish an animal got hurt. Ah. Hey look, I found it. Oh. The painting is just... Yeah, a yellow umbrella. This one. This painting is also identical to one in my room. How are they different? Ah, it's this one. Okay. Red. Perfect. Yellow. I didn't cast a wide enough net. I'm like a jerk, you can't get rid of me. I'm an artist! Let me art! Nailed it. They go in different directions, carrying umbrellas of different colors. Do they notice each other as they pass? More paint. Drawing of a shop. Oh, we're going two paintings deep this time? My god. Yellow umbrella for this man. Wait, it's in his hand! So close!
Right.
Nailed it. And then this up here, it's very green. What? Ah, too much. I see. I went off the deep end. There we go. I need to start taking this art thing a little more seriously. Whew. A huge green sign stands out in the dim streetscape under which a man holding a young umbrella is talking. Drawing of a street view. The sun and the umbrellas, and I always feel the composition is similar to that of a painting in my room. Wait. No. I found it. Alright. He needs his yellow umbrella. A little more. Little more paint. There we go. And she needs her red umbrella. A little more paint. Just a touch more paint. A little more paint. A little more paint. There we go. It is more complete now. It's not done? There's a... It looks like they are having a good time. Did they notice the rain stopped when the sun came out? Dear Amber, I never have expected I'd meet you under the sign on that rainy day, and you would chat until sun comes up? From Jay. We would chat. Okay, good. Oh? What's the connection between these three drawings? Well, they're... Oh. Sign. Oh, okay. The technique is magnificent. Thank you, I'm a professional. Wait, I'm not done? Oh, I need to go back and paint on the other painting. Gotcha.
Oh.
Oh. Yellow topped with red. Bam.
Alright.
And then bop. I wonder if there are any story. The most forbidden of flavors. Now paint the old man like one of my French girls? Ooh. What is the connection between the old man and the man in the painting? They're probably the same person, dearie. Oh. Oh! Ah, look how handsome. The old man in the note signed by Jay. Who is Jay? And who is the old man? Wait. And who's the woman? Is it me? Who is she? What happened between them?
Okay.
Alright, time to finish off this delicious painting. Hell yeah. Okay. Hold up. Might as well moan instead. Christ. No. That'd be weird.
Yeah.
Ooh. It's really starting to come together. The endless patter of rain on the streets creates a wordless song. The rain brings with it a blossoming of umbrellas. Schedule disrupted by the sudden rain, he begins to look for a place to take cover from the rain. Worried about getting her painting wet, she tries to find shelter from the rain. Rushing to take shelter under the same sign, the two of them have a chance encounter. They had a mute cute! They look at each other and smile, then start talking about anything and everything during the wait. A meet cute, not a mute cute. That'd be weird. They continued even after the sun had come out. What will happen next? You definitely heard mute cute? Well, that's weird, because I know what I said. The pale blue street. Perfect. No! No!
What?
Hey, are you alright? Time to draw!
Wait.
What happened? You didn't realize just how far away from a mic I am until I get up close. True. The door's locked. I can't open it from inside. The door's locked. I can't open it from inside. Uh-oh. The light is on. Now I can see clearly. An old photo piece. Oh, we were dead the whole time. We're the girl. We're haunting our husband. We're Amber. An old photo. It is an painting of a field of flowers. The photo seems to have been taken in this room. It's like, I was like, why do we have all of this guy's paintings? Like, I get it. That's why we do the same thing every day, too.
Really?
Did I paint this? It looks exactly the same as the one in the photo. I still need another color. Time to make egg.
Okay.
Red arrows. Do they correspond to something red
Okay.
somewhere else? Up, down, down. Okay. What's red? Yellow. Hello? A backwards J. But something seems to be missing. The cassette is gone. I don't remember these yellow arrow markings. Up, up, down, left. Uh-huh. What about this? Amber. How can I not remember the password? Where did I write down? 6969. Damn it. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. So yellow is up, up, and then down, left. Okay, stop. Let me start over. Can I erase? There we go. The code. I see. Down, right, up, left. Uh-huh. I'm just gonna guess.
Huh?
Nailed it. 1168. 1618. Not 1168. That's a 9. This game's very lenient. I logged in. A message to print. Let's print it out. Barb! Barb! Ooh. And then you stick it over there. Hell yeah. And now to find the part of the scrap that is me. I guess I should clean that. Barb! Are we Barb? The figures in the painting are all blurry. Was there a door always here? Oh, it's Amber. Jobless. That's her name. Oh? What is this place? What are these paintings? Umbrellas. Sunflowers. On the wall, hang numerous paintings. Bordered by the walls is a ceiling so high I can't see the top. I see. Ooh.
All right.
This is the painting. Sunflowers. Hmm. Oh, that ain't it. Not that ain't it? Damn it. This is the painting called Cat. It's of the cat. Okay. A puzzle formed by geometric shapes. Maybe I can find some clues in this room. Maybe. Maybe. Egg! Looks just like it. I need... What is happening? Okay, this one, you just make a red umbrella, and then you make a yellow umbrella, and you make a yellow sun. And I got note from Amber with a blue circle. Glad your cat is fine. Wasn't expecting her to jump so far. By the way, it was nice meeting you. From Amber. Let me know if I need any help. Maybe. They have been brought close by the rain. Perhaps this wish time could be given to another moment. Blue circle. Okay. That's for this. You got stuck here for a little while, so that's why you say something. Green oven. Red, blue. Plates. Red. Huh. Okay. Oh! In the top right corner. What am I missing? The plant? The green plant. Bam! Green. A little more. Little more green. Touch of green. It's more complete now. Yes! Great. Super. Oh, I guess walking away deletes the paint. Okay. A painting on the wall of the cassette player. Yep, sure is. Cat, sunflowers. Okay. This painting has melted. But why? I'm so glad this painting wasn't tampered with. Yep. But why? Thank goodness this painting wasn't damaged that badly. Phew, thank goodness this painting is fine. Dream On. Is that a Bon Jovi? I remember tearing off the page, but why is it still on January 23rd? That's when we died. We died on January 23rd. Okay. Cat. Can I combine colors together? Like yellow and red to make an orange cat? Not the right spot. It looks a bit strange. What about the tail? Alright, so putting green on the wall was apparently correct. The game is like, yes, do that. Okay, now what if I put more green on the wall? What if I put blue on the wall? What if I put yellow on the wall? No, that ain't it. What about here? What about here? What about here? Maybe some egg? Leggy?
Huh?
Maybe there is a clue somewhere? Maybe there is a clue somewhere?
All right.
Running low on inspiration. We'll circle back later. Need more egg. In my belly. Don't forget about my notebook. Oh, magenta. Oh. I get it now. Left eye, left paw, end of tail. Thank you. So glad to have met you on the rainy day. It's wonderful to be friends with someone who shares the same interests, so we should go sketching sometime. The asymmetrical white and orange pattern. This cat was there when they met. Okay, so I need to finish these as well. Hold on. A little more paint. There you go. A little more paint. A little more paint. Hold on. No, it's fine. Just a little more paint. A little more paint. Just it's a little further up on the plant. Over here. Yeah, that's the spot. Great. Where's the other one? It's missing yellow up there. Oh, cheeky. A little bit more. Just a little more paint. I finally finished it. Got my inspiration from that place. Wink. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Shall we meet at my place? Wink. Such a familiar sunflower. It was one of her paintings. Alright, I've got red square, yellow triangle, blue circle. Okay. Oh, oh, oh. Wait. Do I have it backwards? Am I dumb? No, I'm fine. Yellow.
Huh?
Each note corresponds to a different colored shape. The one in the white paint! How will you even know it's there? Kitchen drawing. Clever girl. Huh. Gross. Nice. And then, like that. Yeah. And lastly, bam.
Huh?
This isn't how I remember it was. Maybe we should check the kitchen again. The plant's gonna be gone! No! Mayo paint. Noise. What the heck? The same illustration as the one on the box in the room. I think I know what images on the left should be. Yeah. Obviously. Clearly. Oh, wait. A little inspiration for some sunflowers. Cat. Umbrella. So blue is umbrella, red is cat, yellow, green? Yeah. What? Okay. Umbrella for rainy day. Sunflower for triangle. Cat for blue. Okay. So cat's down here.
Really?
There we go. The images and shapes in the note represent different events. What happened? It's me!
What?
Am I the one in the photo? Cassette player? Could it be that the painting high on the wall needs the cassette? Oh. I need that magenta paint. I need that magenta paint, like, now. Will something happen to the cassette player as well? Just like the kitchen? Perhaps I should check again. Music time!
Huh.
7 days. Oh? Oh? The paintings that weren't destroyed are now glowing. You must try to rescue Rose. We'll catch the file tomorrow as you're curious what happens. I think we're very near the end. Good night, Snacks. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you again for the raid earlier. I appreciate you. Am I the one who's painting? Yeah. Oh? A person I used to know very well. I wonder how many years have passed since that day. The music in this view. Oh, this is very cute. Is that where I think it is? I used to work here often. Our chance encounter in the cafe gradually became an unspoken routine. This is where we took shelter from the rain, where we always met, and where we came up with the code. Oh, 1618. The music played by this little white cassette is my favorite. How could I forget? Almost to end plus DLC to show the other side of the story. Ooh. I remember the view outside the window. This is where he and I made many sketches together. It became my favorite place. This is the place. Every little moment I had here, I wanted to paint it all. This is the final and most important color. Magenta because of all the feel. Oh, is that what we've been painting the whole time? Purple! This is my color. The final painting, I haven't finished it yet.
Okay.
Through my paintbrush, I'll remind myself to never forget these moments ever again. After spending all these moments, I really enjoy the time I spent with him and the creative moments we shared. I'll have to be more careful. It feels great to have a friend who shared the same interest. After spending all these moments together, what happened to us? Red and yellow. Oh. Green, blue, green. Or green, white, blue, white, blue. This game is very sweet. And yellow and green. I'm kind of liking it. It's very cute. And yeah, it gives some, like, Ghibli vibes for sure. Which is a good thing. Now I remember that day and that song. I invited him over and he showed me a painting before I went to New York. Every time I opened the door and saw him, I couldn't help but smile. We talked about our works and shared our dreams as usual. My work was accepted. Congratulations! Jack? My favorite paintbrush. Oh, Jay. Wait, there was that, like, thing... Yeah, that. The view and sounds outside the window suddenly changed. Hello? Is that me? Is that old me? It's old me! It's time to focus on my art. I will paint the most beautiful sceneries. What do you say, Jack? Aww. Aww. It's very cute. Just wait for the DLC. Are we gonna play as Jack? That was just a cute little experience.
Oh, this coffee failed to wake me up. I'll save for tomorrow. Wanna hold the sunlight move so fast.
Short and sweet, yeah. That's a good way to put it. It was gorgeous. Like the design, I really like the design of these characters.
Looking for the palettes in your eyes, the brushes knee so bright, the curtains open wide, while lovers hold up tight, the puzzles made us cry. The days gone by, I don't wanna lose it. What if I lost it? The lies is out of reach. Can't let
We'll just vibe. We'll just vibe with this for a bit, I think.
so stop to flow of words when spraying the paint, blurring the frames, get too late for the warning sign. Close eyes and count to 3, then make the wish with the colors you love the most. Your big mark in the
So we were playing as like the painting version of Amber. That's how I'm that's what it was, right? And Jack passed away. We were the last painting that Jack was working on before. Oh, that's why the name was backwards, because that was the signature that he put on it. You will explain after DLC. Okay. A secret hidden deep within. Well, that's my interpretation of it, is that the name of the game is Behind the Frame. Because we're behind the frame. And then the Jack chapter. This is gonna break my heart, isn't it? It's gonna be too sweet. Behind the frame, the finest scenery. They said the name. Cat! You guys hungry? Ah, the old cat is the baby of this cat. Maybe. You gained quite some weight. You're so small and muddy when I took you in. Feed the cat. Cans of cat food, source of their fat. Yum, yum, yum. Amber would love to see this. I wonder if she's doing okay in New York. Every time they hear the sound of a can opening, they come right over. My writing desk. This is a draft. I should check the sketch first. Green, green, yellow, blue, blue, white. Wrong color. Nice, nailed it. Got it in one. This is the wheat field that we sketched together. Fresh breeze, warm sun, and the most perfect picnic. The day is forever engraved in my mind. You need to wear socks because your toesies are getting cold? Yeah. I just wear socks all the time. I literally never am without socks. Oh, he's painting the paintings that were at the end of the game. Something's missing. I need to find a yellow. Socks make you feel contained and give you sensory issues sometimes, so it depends on your mood. Fair. I paint... Oh? Was that a knock at the door? She sent me a letter! A photo of Amber. Even in New York, she's still as cheerful as ever. Dear Jack, sorry for the late update, but I'm finally all settled in New York. I've been meaning to write to you since I arrived. Everything is new to me. The city is full of fancy buildings and interesting folks. Wish you were here. The joint exhibition opens next month, so wish me luck. P.S. Check out my photo. As in New York... in New York are really chubby. They remind me of Ginger and Biscuit. I miss... Cats in New York are really chubby. They remind me of Ginger and Biscuit. I miss them. How are you all doing? P.P.S. You said you had a hard time seeing getting yellow paint. There's a tube of it in my paint box. You know the combination. Look forward to hearing from you, Amber. A tube of yellow paint. That's a great help. I know the combination. Yeah, it's 1619. Or 1618. Hydrate. It's heartbreakingly sweet. I got the yellow paint. I know what to do with it. Yeah, I can't wait to get messed up by this. This is the wheat field that we sketched together. Couldn't have done it without her paint. Gotta thank her properly. Got some ideas. I should write back to Amber. Just let me know where to send the check and tissue boxes. Yeah. Where do I start? Dear Amber, glad you're doing well in New York. You look as energetic as usual. The cats and I miss you very much. We hope to see you soon. Oh, why did that happen? It doesn't feel right. I'll come back to it later. I got way more worried. I thought he had like a stroke or something. These cans are making my cats fat. They're asleep. How adorable. I was like, God, don't make me play this character as he's having a stroke. Please don't do that. Sleeping cats are happy cats. Amber's gonna love this. The scent of lavender calms my mind. The hills as I remember them. Not the best time to go out, there's still things to do. I envy Millet for his success. Memories of our creative moments. Some wood carvings from before. I like to carve when I'm not painting. A piece of my recent work that I'm quite happy with. She always inspires me. Oh, the window maybe? Try it again. A sketch of the cats would put her in a good mood. Okay. Dear Amber, glad you're doing well in New York. I hope to follow in your footsteps one day. I don't have a camera that I drew the cats for. I don't have a camera, but I drew the cats for you. They're doing fine. Jack. He uses a wax stamp? What a Chad. Will she write back? He can't be honest with his feelings, yeah. Ginger is getting old and spends more time resting. They're not hungry yet, but I'll prep the meal anyway. How much time has passed? Their lunch is ready. Biscuit sure is enjoying the meal. Ginger doesn't seem to have an appetite. No! You can play with the lid for an achievement. I'll keep that in mind. Sometimes the little things in life are what mean the most. I need red paint, huh? Jesus. Blue. That ain't it. By chance we met by fate, we got to know each other. Is it like unrequited love? Like, do they never confess their feelings for each other? I was on the impression that they were together. I'll be very mad if this game is like, he pined for her longingly, but she gets married in New York when she's abroad, and Jack never stops loving her. I know where this is going. And now I'm pissed. Mamma mia, here we go again. I need red paint. I need red paint. Gotta find it so I can finish the painting. Will she write me again? Oh, her thing's gone. This has been great personal entertainment. Yeah, I'm so happy for you. Look, the plants are dying just like my unrequited love. Lavender branch. It's wilted, but it smells like sunshine. And then the cat's gonna die. I should put these things away where they belong. Ah, I see. Give me that. Give me that. Never give up on painting the finest scenery. A note from Amber. Ah, my one true love. It'd be a shame if I got a letter saying, "You're invited to my wedding." Ah, there was an old man that was holding her by the shoulders in the fucking art gallery. Is her husband, and they went and saw Jack's painting post-mortem. That's the last time he sees her. They never meet again. I'm almost finished, but I'm not happy with it. I still need some inspiration. Yeah. Do I get the title? Yeah, behind me. Yeah. It's real good. It's real cute. This is the best. So many letters. Is there a greeting from New York? Recommendation letter from the professor. Letter of recommendation to gallery. It's time, Jack, your professor. Dear tenant, your rent in the amount of 600 euros due immediately. Cooperation of the matter is appreciated. To Jack from Amber. A dry maple leaf, tinged by time with red and yellow. Dear Jack, how have you been? I just got an opportunity to hold my first solo exhibition. I'm thrilled, but also very nervous. Autumn in New York is just gorgeous. The glamorous and bustling streets are now tinged with a golden yellow, much like yellowed photos from the years gone. But the seasons change, a new year will come, and memories will be made again. Stay warm while it gets cold outside. My dear friend, here is a piece of autumn I kept for you. A letter from Amber. Are we sharing the same autumn? Tinged of red and yellow. I have got an idea. Yellow. Tinge of yellow. Tinge of yellow. Friends forever. Got it. Keep going. Okay. Tinge of yellow. Ah. But things are different now. Just a little touch of yellow here, and that'll really liven up the painting. Alright, I'll admit this is a better painting. I already painted this part. I have to be more careful. The floor! Of course! Just a dash of yellow. A smidge of yellow. There it is. This painting's gorgeous now. Amber always inspired me with her letters. How do I thank her? Well, you write her a letter, and you put the lavender in it, and you let her know that you're in love with her, so that she doesn't run off with another man. And you spend the rest of your life as a single sad man painting in his room. Dear Amber, I'm doing fine, but Ginger is getting old. And has less energy now. But I'm always here. So there's nothing to worry about. The professor wrote another recommendation letter for me. I know you would want me to go for it. But I'm not sure if I'm good enough. It doesn't feel right. I'll come back to it later. Everything Dear Amber, everything's good here, as it usually is. It's starting to drizzle occasionally. The leaves are also turning yellow. By the way, thank you for the maple leaf. It has inspired me. I'll send her this lavender as well. Stamp. I hope my gift and words will inspire her too. Also, stationery's cool! Yeah, doing handwritten letters is very... It feels intimate. Wax seal is very cute. So much mail. Coffee. Esso Cafe. Stop by for a while and you'll find it worthwhile. Esso Cafe, opening soon. The big sale. 30% off all items. Grab the chance to stock up on your daily necessities. The Finest Scenery Gallery Showcase. Dear Jack, we would like to extend a warm invitation to you to submit your artwork for this gallery showcase. We admire your excellent command of painting and your unique artistic language. Your participation will enrich the exhibit. The theme of this exhibit is The Finest Scenery. Please submit your interpretation of the finest scenery in life. Open date Tuesday, the 11th of August. We sincerely look forward to your participation. This is my first time getting invited to something this big. I'll have to do my best. You have a friend who sends you stuff with them, so you borrow your mom's card, make a box to return the favor to her. That's very cute. Where's Biscuit? There we go. He is cat. He and his cat. You're a good human. I am a good human. Thank you. Hold on. Can I open this? Does she still remember that this paint box is here? A very good and attractive human. Oh. It's empty now. I've used all the paint. The Finest Scenery. I'm familiar with this theme. Huh. Oh, this is cool. It's just that simple. You do the art, and it just comes to you, you know? I am but a muse for the canvas. A rainy scene that I remember so well, but I'm not sure if I can say it's finished. Guess I'll take a walk, too. Oh, cat? Where's my cat? My cat! No! Save cat! Out for some fresh air, huh? He's remembering... Is that who I think it is? You're a sucker for an artist who wants to draw you. Yeah. Amber? The snow is really coming down. It's closed today. Guess I'll wait out here. She always stays true to herself. What about me? Except for the Boss Dragon issue. Yeah, the number one viewer of stream. Soliciting bot. I wonder what she was doing now. I still see her in my mind. Is she still working hard for her goal, like she said in her letters? You're chasing memories of your past. I think this just keeps going, doesn't it? Guess I'll wait here. Do I just keep doing this? Notebook. I don't have... But I don't have it. Oh. There are beautiful things you notice only when you let go. No. It's like he's admitting that it's time to move on. The snow has stopped. Here it is, the letter to break our heart. You are cordially invited to a solo exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art, New York. Amber solo exhibition opening Tuesday, August 11th. She was in love with the scenery and I was in love with her. And the scenery. For the exhibit, the finest scenery. There it is. Sometimes regrets are memories made. Oh my god, he painted this when he was so young. Time passes by waiting for no one. And she didn't see it until so much later in life? Are you kidding me? This is so freaking tragic. Perhaps the finest scenery is not scenery at all. Thank you for reminding me of this. Dear Amber, congratulations on your solo exhibition. I wish I could attend, but I have other engagements that day. I'm sure it's going to be a success. Best wishes. I'm grateful. A letter from the Academy of Art. Maestro Jack, we would like to express our gratitude to you for recommending artists. They are truly wonderful additions to the exhibition. Your renowned painting, Snowy Scene, once again received wide acclaim. We sincerely look forward to working with you again in the future. Respectfully yours, Academy of Art. Thank you from the Academy. Good to know that things are going well. Hey Biscuit, how you been? Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend. Dried lavenders are beautiful in a different way. It reminds me of my hometown. Egg and toast, coffee. An unforgettable rain. The artwork I submitted to the gallery showcase back then, it was very well received. I can do anything if I put my mind to it. So now he's like successful. And now he's old. Let's paint the finest scenery. Shall we, Amber? This guy tugged on the heartstrings. It was very sweet. Thank you for the recommendation, Zeldy. She was inspired with the world around her, and he was inspired by her. And he moved on from that, huh? He's just like, he got his inspiration for her and then decided to move on. Ah, man. Ah, man. It's a good game. A very tight, sweet little package. Not... Man. He cared for her, but he also wanted to see her live her life. Yeah, for sure. Ah, man. I think, yeah, that's it for today. I'm probably just going to call it at this point. Gogora is a slightly different vibe. I mean, this is kind of what I was expecting based on just, like, the artwork for the game. Like, this feels like it's going to be, like, a very sweet little story. And it was. I think we're going to skip on the raid at this point because it would just be Brungo and he's done in, like, 20 minutes anyway. Or, like, half an hour. So, glad you liked it. Thanks. I will be back on the weekend. Either Saturday or Sunday. I'm not 100% sure yet. And to play some more Persona 5. And get on with year number deuce of streaming. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for hanging out, Zeldy. Thank you for recommending this game. And I